charges against them allege that they conspired to bring a child over from Nigeria to the United Kingdom with the intention of harvesting their organs. Now, the prosecution spoke at length, gave its own side of the background, and that's what I'm going to share with you. Essentially, it's believed that the Ekweremadus brought a 15-year-old boy over from Nigeria, a boy who, according to the prosecutor, was homeless in Nigeria, and brought him under the pretense of exposing him to a better life. It's believed that the family procured a passport for him that showed his age as being 21 years old, though it later emerged that he was in fact 15 years old. And when that happened, when he disclosed his alleged correct age to medical professionals at the Royal Free Hospital, the initial plan for this organ transfer was cancelled. Now, what we've also found out is that the Ekweremadu's daughter has serious illnesses as it pertains to a kidney, and has been on dialysis for quite some time. So it's believed that she currently still is in need of a kidney transplant. And according to the prosecution, the plan of the defendants was to use an organ harvested from this boy who it's believed is 15 years old, although he was brought into the country under false pretenses and brought into the country on a passport that named his age as being 21 years old. Now, it is still very much early on in the case. This was just the background that the prosecution was giving to the courts, to the magistrates, and the defense lawyers. There was a defense lawyer for Mr. Ekweremadu himself and that of Beatrice's wife. They both had separate legal representation, but essentially they both wanted to be released from custody and have their persons kept in the UK while they await the next part of this case. Now, their legal representatives did say that they had already surrendered their passports, have been given serious status as pertains to their immigration, so they wouldn't represent a flight risk according to their lawyers. But the magistrates, who took around 10 minutes to deliberate before coming back, disagreed with that option and did believe the defendants to be flight risks, and as a result have kept them in custody until the next trial date, the next case date rather, which will be the July the 7th. Some more information, Rotus. It's believed that when the couple were arrested, this was just on Tuesday, the 21st of June, they were arrested at Heathrow Airport on their way to Istanbul, Turkey. And it's believed that they were traveling to Turkey in order to procure another organ, because they were unable to harvest the organ of this now child who forms the backbone of the case that we're hearing. And when Mr. Ekweremadu was arrested, it's believed that there was $20,000 he had in his possession, which has also been seized by the court. Going back to the alleged child and the alleged victim of this case, it's believed that when he truthfully disclosed his age to the doctor at the Royal Free Hospital, that doctor obviously cancelled the procedure, and he was taken back into the custody of the family, who it's believed treated him, according to the prosecution, like a slave, made him sleep on the sofa until he escaped from that home, slept rough for 2 days, and then found his way into a police station. And that's when the police investigation started. And it's from that police investigation which led to the arrest of the Ekweremadus at Heathrow Airport on Tuesday. And today was their first public hearing, in which we now know has resulted in them being denied bail, and they're being kept in custody until the next court date, which is the 7th of July.
In our mindset, I remember that Nigeria is number one. We need to look for every means to save Nigeria first, before every other political party or game. That's what I want to always tell each and every one of us. Make time, make your opportunity. Go there and get your PVC. Thank you very much. If anybody that want to go there, I will support you to get your PVC. I've always said that I'm going to try my own best, possible best, to support everyone. Meet me. I'll look for a way for you to get your PVC.
The same politics now don't they take ethnic, religious, and tribal dimension. If we told this line, we no go succeed. If we told this line, we no go succeed. Now ain't go be the confirmation way. Then they talk, say, no be our leaders be our problem. Now we be the problem of ourselves. The way people, they shout. The direction way, the dimension where the whole thing done they take now. Northerners done the day one side. Easterners done the day one side. Christians done the day one side. Muslims, in case nobody tell you, na me they tell you, na waiting I observe as a leader. No be time to consider person tribe be this. No be time to consider person religion be this. No be time to consider person political party be this. Waiting matter to us na the individual pedigree. The integrity where the individual carry. If you want to enter commercial bus now, then bring you 3 major tribes for Nigeria, and you, maybe Yoruba you be. They tell you, say, the best amongst the three drivers, Igbo. These other ones, then they see they learn. You go allow make your tribal man drive you. If na aeroplane you enter, they give you options. Say, see the pilots. Only say this one they learn. This ones are be waiting they do. And no be your tribe, no be your religion. Which one you go choose? Make una answer me. So I beg.
President to be is here. They blocked us here for 3 hours because of this man who is not yet the president. Look at him moving as if the president is coming. Meanwhile, he's not yet the president. Look at the way he's moving. Look at the convoy. You can see 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 the convoy. We are finished. We are finished. We are finished. We are finished in this country. This is the man Tinubu who kept us here for the past 3 hours. We've been waiting. The roads were blocked for 3 hours, waiting for the so-called Mr. Tinubu. You see the convoy. Even the president, even the president of the world does not have this kind of convoy that I'm seeing here today. The richest man in the world does not have this convoy that I'm seeing here today. All brand new cars.
The population, everybody's outside there trying and struggling to get his or her PVC. Everybody's trying to push. You see, everybody here is young. No old person here. We are all young. So the youth are coming out this time in mass to vote for the leader of their choice. So it's not business as usual. This is an unusual business. Yes. PVC for one, PVC for all.
Yes,
it's a large number. Youth everywhere, young people everywhere. So, yes, we are here at the Edo State PVC registration concert. PVC for one, PVC for all. God bless you. And at most stuff now. Hey, sponsor! That's our sponsor. Hey, God bless you. We are here for the PVC concert. PVC for one, PVC for all. God bless you. Shut down, we outside.
Yeah, shut down. I do.
So now shit.
For the life that I think I got it too much. No one got to my head, they say, oh God, my head.
Corruption, impunity, and lack of accountability are responsible for Nigeria's underdevelopment. As citizens, we have a duty to report wrongdoings that endanger the well-being of the society. See something, say something. Blow the whistle today. Report corruption and other wrongdoings confidently and anonymously send tips to AfricMail on tips@corruptionanonymous.org or call 0811 877 1666 or the Presidential Initiative on Continuous Audit (PICA) on 0909 806 7946. Tips can also be submitted to the following anti-corruption agencies: EFCC, ICPC, Code of Conduct Bureau, or the Nigeria Police. This message is from the African Center for Media and Information Literacy, AfricMail, with support of MacArthur Foundation.
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Today is Saturday, June 25th, 2022. We welcome you and we hope you join us today as we discuss several issues in our politics. One of them is, of course, the situation with Ekweremadu, the Deputy Senate President at one point, who is just a senator now. He's been detained in the UK for an allegation of organ harvesting. That's what they said in Britain. Now we understand some of the details are coming out. We're going to talk about that. Also, in Nigeria, we saw several newspapers publish a report on the form that the presidential candidate of the APC, Bola Tinubu, filled for to the INEC, the electoral body, and in that form he claimed that he did not attend primary school or secondary school. We're going to talk about that, what that means for his campaign and why he did something like that. Also, the candidate P2B is facing some criticism in terms of some of the things he's been saying about his life and his time as governor of Anambra State. Some of those things are contradictory. We are going to touch on that and so many other things. Of course, this show is called Have Your Say. It's for you to have an opportunity to say whatever you have in mind, whatever is troubling you, whatever you're hearing. We want to hear from you. You can join us. If you want to join us and participate, you can come into the studio. If you want to watch, you can watch on YouTube and you can watch on Facebook, and you can, of course, watch us on Twitter. Now, let me bring in the people who are in the studio already. I have Alexi. I think Alexi is joining us from North Carolina. Alexi, welcome to the show. Oh, thank you. Yeah, not there. And Neka, welcome to the show.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. We are good.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes. So we start with Ekweremadu. Let me come to you, Alexi. Ekweremadu, senator from Enugu State, arrested in London. What is your take on that? Alexi.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it's a pity that a man so prominent in the government, known both within the country and outside the country, is the one being held for that kind of offense. You see, the standard of relationship with all human beings in Africa is different from how far the Western world has gone. If I will attempt to describe the difference, it would be a good example to bring out what we call house girl in Nigeria. It's a very terrible thing, but it's normal to have a house girl and even maltreat the house girl. Nobody protests, no one frowns. You've seen samples of how some people treat their children. The other day I saw someone who was chained and left in the house, some children. Now, I'm using that to portray what I see in taking somebody from amongst our people, whether a relative or a distant somebody,
Taking somebody
for that kind of
from
thing that
amongst
the honorable wanted to do in England. The child that it was being taken, there was a problem with the age. And secondly, getting over there, it seems that that child was somehow sensible enough to consider, escaping that whole arrangement. For the parents of that child, I don't know who they are. And when the child was being told, we will take you overseas and whatever it is, just coming overseas may probably be the main thing that was top in his mind. But that procedure and the consequence was secondary in his mind. So the moment he got over there and there was this kind of thing, I'm sure he would have said, hurrah. And the law over there does not respect anyone. And so that's what we are seeing. But in Nigeria, it's a different thing.
All right, Alexi, thank you so much. And Neka, welcome to the show. Can you hear me, Neka? You have to unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Again, I'm going to do a disclaimer before I even start, and that disclaimer will be that when a story comes out this way, even the journalists, everybody is rushing to be the first to carry the story, and so I don't know what the truth is. But what I'm going to say will be based on some of the data that I'm hearing. The first thing that I had, that I saw, the lady was saying that the child, 15 years old. Then somebody sent me something that was saying that the child is 22 years old. So those are two conflicting things. The reason why I'm going to touch on the age is that he has a family. Even if he's an orphan, he probably has family. So if I'm going to take someone's relatives, is there any documentation? Did I speak to them before I'm taking them? Was there any consent? The way he made one thing that he did wrong is that for you to use someone's kidney, there has to be a test. There's 3 permanent tests that needs to be done. Is that going to match the person you're giving this organ? So if these tests were not done, why was the boy taken over there in the first place? That's the question that I'm asking, because you can't get the boy from Nigeria to England without these tests. What if he gets there and the organ doesn't match? So that's a fruitless trip. So I really want to know the whole truth that is happening here, because I'm hearing bits and bits of pieces from every angle, and it doesn't make sense when I'm making a decision. But as a healthcare provider, it's okay if you want to give somebody a kidney, but there has to be a match for it to happen. So I think I'm going to stop here. Let me hear from other.
Thank you so much, Neka. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Okay, Janaba, I know you are in New York. What did you hear about Ekweremadu? Were you surprised?
No, all things are possible in Nigeria. Nigeria is we are a very corrupt people, and we take advantage of people. That is what the leaders have done over the years. And the question or the story, when the puzzles are going to be put together, it will end up this way, that he's taking advantage of a young. That is what it is for now. I will hold off go to the next people, and then we take it from there. But that's the country we have, and this is the kind of people in power who are just about themselves and their family. They don't care about any other person, even if other lives will be, if it is possible for them to replace other lives for their own sake, for no reason, they would do it.
All right. Thank you, Janaba. Taiwo, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages.
Yeah, Taiwo, can you tell us where you're joining us from? I don't think.
I'm calling in from Coney, New York. It's a very small village. I'm very sure, Dr. Damages, you would have heard about Coney.
Coney, yeah. So, are you following the tragedy and the trouble with Ekweremadu? Did you follow the news?
Well, when the news broke, I was shocked, because the person of Ekweremadu, being the former deputy Senate president of Nigeria, and I've really not heard anything bad about him before, other than the general fact that Nigerian politicians have not been able to do something really good for their country. But seeing that story that he was involved in organ harvesting was really shocking to me. Then I went further checking the details on the news, and then I later realized that it had to do with taking somebody to the UK to donate kidney for his child. And then I said, okay, I think it's making more sense now. And then I saw another letter that he wrote to some agency trying to process passports for the boy that was picked up somewhere. So I said, okay, maybe really he had problem. He wanted to solve the problem, but he was using some typical Nigerian way of solving solving problems to address the issue. So I think overall, what I would say is that Nigerian politicians have failed us. They have not provided good health facilities for the common people of Nigeria. They are used to jumping abroad anytime they have a health problem. And I think this is now a case where they are being caught up in their own shenanigans. So you did not invest in the health sector of Nigeria. You are always rushing abroad. Now you have a problem where your own child needs kidney to be donated, and then you are using the same dubious means that you are known for as politicians in Nigeria to solve your own personal problem, and then you are caught in the web. So I'm not trying to mock him. I pray that if he didn't do anything bad, God will remove him from this predicament. But if he actually had some ulterior motive for doing all of those things that had been reported he did, whatever punishment the UK would give him, I pray that at the end of the day, he will be allowed to come back to Nigeria to do something, to retrace his steps and do something better for his country.
All right.
I'm going to stop there now.
Yeah, thank you so much. Blessing, you are in Nigeria. I want to hear from people in Nigeria. How did the news play out in Nigeria?
Good day, everyone. It was a shocker. Actually, some people ran with the first story of organ trafficking. Some even twisted it that it was organ trafficking. It was later the clarification filtered in, and we got a hang of what was going on. So yes, people are still debating it. Everybody's talking about it. It is the hottest news.
Blessing, is see now you are senator. You are in Enugu.
The funny thing is, we're actually from the same local government.
Okay, tell us something we don't know. Don't tell us what's in the news. Tell us something we don't know. What kind of a
Initially, there was
person is he? What kind of a person
well,
is Ekweremadu?
when it comes to people from our side, there's no love lost between us and him. He's completely detached. When he made moves to become governor of Enugu State, I remember that most of the opposition came from people from our end, because they will tell you without mincing words, and I will say it without mincing words. He did nothing for us, absolutely nothing. And we hope justice is served. Personally, I have a lot of opinion concerning this, and this is not a general opinion. It's just my opinion. I think it just shows how selfish he is. He's a very selfish person, and with all sympathy to the lady, his daughter, who is going through health challenges, I think her father is very selfish. Your daughter needed a donor, an organ transplant. Nobody in your family was fit. Nobody in the nuclear, nobody in the extended. Their lives are not expandable, but that of this stranger was. His could be substituted for your daughter's. Nobody in his family was fit. Isn't it funny? Doesn't it show how guarded and selfish these people are? Anything to elongate their own lives and that of their immediate family. Because I find it weird. People are making all sort of emotional statements, like he was just trying to save his child's life. Like, come on. Between him and his wife and his other kids and somebody from their family, somebody must have been a match. That is one side of it. The other side of it is that I read somewhere that there are processes to this thing. If it was just about the highest bidder, the richest men in the world will buy all the organs they needed. But there is a process for this. You get registered, you are enlisted, and you wait your turn. Anything outside of that, I read, is illegal. You have to wait. The only time you can be brought forward on the list is if the doctor says your the person's condition has deteriorated or needs an urgent transplant. Then you can be moved up on the list. You cannot go outside of the list to source for an organ, because if it was allowed that way, all the rich people in the world will just keep changing their organs whenever when their organs get damaged. So he broke the law, as far as I'm concerned. He's a selfish person who broke the law, and whatever comes out of it, he should face it. My my concerns are for the person who is going through the health challenge in proper, not him and his wife. So
All
that's
right.
just it.
Thank you so much. Let me come to you. Ikenna, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Yeah, where did you join us from?
Yeah, from Port Harcourt,
Oh, yeah,
Nigeria.
good. I like people from Nigeria. So, did that news make the front page in Port Harcourt?
Yes, like what Blessing was saying, I I was born and bred up in Enugu. I know Ekweremadu very well. In fact, I know his house in Independence Lounge. The man, first of all, the news was something bad that people reacted to, and but we know our politicians, they are selfish people. This Ekweremadu is the same person that have been in the Senate for over 20 years. I knew when Chimaroke brought him on board. Till this day, even the road that leads to his village is mixed up. I don't know if they have done anything now. I sympathize with the young girl. Definitely, I sympathize, but there are so many ways they could have done that legally to help the young girl. The thing happened in UK, and I know that justice must be served. Unlike Nigeria here, if he's in Nigeria, we know that definitely he will go scot-free. So
Okay.
people are very disappointed and ashamed of the act. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Ade, welcome to the show.
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah. Ade, could you please tell us where you're
from
joining
Germany.
us? From Germany. Okay.
Yes.
Nice to have you. So,
thank you.
So what do you think about Ekweremadu and his plight?
So briefly, my take on it these issues that, well, I'm not surprised. This is the normal attitude of our politicians we have in Nigeria. I'm sure you could remember it was disgraced here in Germany when it
Oh
came
yeah,
to
yes,
the
that's true. That's true. Were you
see,
there?
see,
Were you there when that happened?
I wish I was there. I would have joined them.
Now,
So
yeah. So what do you what do you think is his greatest sin in your own estimation? What did he do wrong? Most.
um for example, you have been in the Senate since 2003. Up till now, you have not been able to build a standard hospital in your country where you and your family and your fellow citizens can just go there for your health challenges. You still have to be running up and down to London. During the COVID crisis, you saw how the politicians were dying in Nigeria just because the Western world could not accommodate their health challenges. So they were stranded in Nigeria and they were dying. So, and now, um, like Blessing said, you know, when you want to do kidney transplant, definitely your family would have been the best bet for a match. But if it's possible for them to buy life, they will buy life for them not to die again. But it's not possible. So that's why it's just like buying vote. They always want to use their corrupt wealth, ill-gotten wealth to buy everything. So, and that's where we are now. So, and that is why I'm happy it's in London, because this is not Nigeria where you can just do anything and go scot-free. The Western world will humble you. So they don't care who you are. You face the due process, and hopefully, I hope he should be in prison. And if they can just give him 20 years, if they can add 20 years to his age, he'll be 80. So
Thank
I
you,
hope.
thank you, thank you, Ade. Ifeoma, welcome to the show. Can we see your face? And okay, nice. So where are you joining us from, Ifeoma? We can't hear you. Unmute yourself, please, if you. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Ifeoma.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay, all right. Hi, everybody. Hi, Papudoka. Good morning. Good afternoon. Let me say something right here because I'm at work.
Okay.
What INEC has said, being in a healthcare, for you to go through kidney transplant, I live here in Atlanta. I'm a provider. You have to go through counseling. You have to go through therapy. You can't just, all of a sudden, because you found a match, and just give the person a kidney. That's number one. Number two is this. I don't know what is going on with the age, but the question is, was there a consent? Because this is not just like you're having appendix removed. This is a big surgery. Number three, during that counseling, they have to let you know that there is possibility that you might have rejection when you have a kidney transplant. It happens a lot. And another thing I want to mention, which nobody is talking about, is that for the fact there is exchange of money or exchange of something that I'm going to give you a better life, that is even enough to charge this guy. We live in a country that a lot of people are on the list for kidney transplant. People freely, strangers, freely donate kidneys to their students or students to teachers free of charge. My concern with Ekweremadu is that why should there be monetary exchange or something better life, for this guy? Another thing is this: he has a lot of things working against him. They caught him with $20,000 cash, if I'm not mistaken, on his way to Turkey. Again, that's what we heard. I don't know the whole story. That's another charge, because he did not declare that money. So with what his whole thing going on around him, I don't see him getting out of this problem. My biggest concern is that if he has fixed our hospital, he won't be going outside to go get a medical care. Imagine how many people in Nigeria, trying to get a kidney, but because they cannot afford it, they end up dying. But because he can afford it, all his kids are in London, going to school over there. Also, we have asked him on strike for the past 4 or 5 months. Haba, come on, for how long are we gonna do this? I don't feel sorry for him. Unfortunately, I'm so sorry. Even for the poor girl, I'm sorry. Just because your father have money, he's gonna do everything he can do, even killing somebody else. Because this guy giving out this kidney, you never know. You don't know his medical history. Because these are the things we put into consideration before you can even donate kidney to somebody else. So, I mean, unfortunately, this is happening, but I think it's a lesson to the politicians in Nigeria so that they can understand what the masses are going through. Thank you. I'm at work. Let me see my patient. Bye.
All right, bye-bye. Thank you so much, Ifom. We appreciate that.
Okay.
Very
All
good
right.
point. Very good points, Ifom I mentioned. Let me come to you, Change. Okay, Change. How are you? Welcome to the
I'm
show.
fine.
Yeah.
Hi.
Can you tell us your real name if you don't mind? But if you prefer Change, we'll call you Change. But we are very we panic when we hear Change now because the last one didn't go very well.
It will go well this time.
All right. So what is your take on Ekweremadu?
Yes, my take is this. One, God is a miraculous working God. He chooses who to bless and he chooses who to punish. Right? So for Ekweremadu and his family, I'm sorry for what the daughter is passing through. Anybody can pass through that because a slightly sin, somebody can get kidney problem. So, but for the father, Ekweremadu, before he traveled to this London, he made a statement. He said that Peter Obi is not going to win election. He's not going to win. That's what he said before he embarked on this journey. Now, not knowing that God is waiting for him in UK. So look at how God disgraced him. Upon all the years he had been in government, looting Enugu State money, doing nothing, supporting all their evil plans in Nigeria. Nothing has worked. Our school are on strike. He is in the National Assembly. He did not do anything. He did not raise a motion. Nothing has been done. And here he is trying to save his daughter. And the manner in which he tried to save the daughter is not the right way. For kidney transplant, there is a process. In the Western world, they don't say kidney. They donate it freely. It's a free. And before you can even donate it freely, you must undergo so many processes. I believe the hospital that they want to do this, they were in the process of pre-procedure. That may be when they ask this guy this question, because you have a psychologist, you have a psychiatrist, different manners of doctor will come and talk to you in your quiet time when nobody will be there. You and your doctor. I believe that is when this young man told them his real age. And when they look at their constitution, it's against it. I believe that may be when they alerted the police, and the police came into the matter, and the whole issue escalated. So God wants to save this young man. He may be our president tomorrow. We don't know him. God wants to teach us a lesson that are Nigerians, that all that guilt us are not gold. So wherever we are, we have to follow the due process. Even if Ekweremadu wants to give her daughter a better life, want to transform the life of her daughter, there is a process. There is a process of kidney organization, international. Once you registered, you registered. It's everywhere.
All right.
So,
all right. Change. Thank you so much. Let's see if other people. Basil, do you have any opinion that is different from what we've had about this issue, about Ekweremadu? Apart from people wanting him to spend 20 years in jail and other things, is there any opinion that is different? Do you have anything to tell us about Ekweremadu? Do you know him, Basil? Can you hear us? Okay, Basil, your mic is not connected. All right, let me go to you, Bright. Bright, how are you?
Good evening, Mr. Damages.
Yeah, nice to have you. Where are you joining us from?
I'm joining from Italy.
Italy. Oh, okay, good. So what do you make of Ekweremadu and what he's going through?
Yeah, I want to say good evening to everyone on the panel. I won't be long here, but I just wanted to contribute just my quota on this program. You see, the issue in this case is, first of all, I want us to, we Nigerians, we are very fast in always, this pity side of us, this, oh, sorry, it shouldn't happen to him. We always put those sentiments in issues like this. We shouldn't forget that there are a lot of people in Nigeria that are passing through difficult times because of these issues of our politicians that have put our people in this situation that we find ourselves in Nigeria. It's a shame for me, internationally, that our somebody as popular or the position he holds in our government is found in a case like this. It's still being alleged, but it's a slap on our face because you can see Nigeria on the headline again. If somebody as big as he is making a headline on issues like this, how do you want the international faces to look at Nigerians as we, the ordinary citizens? It's a big issue. It's a big issue, and I think it's high time the politicians in Nigeria should sit down and start doing what they are supposed to do for the citizens and for themselves. Because there are institutions, there are hospitals in Nigeria that the government they are not doing anything about it. And this is a Ekweremadu that has been in government for as long as who knows how long. There has not been any social impact from his office to the average Nigerians. And here we are today. This thing is going to affect us one way or the other, whether we look at it, whether we see it that way. Internationally, it's already dragging our name again to another dimension. So it's a poor situation. I don't want to show any affection. I pity for the child, but as for him, I don't have any remorse because there are a lot of Nigerians that are dying as we speak. A Nigerian is dying somewhere that we don't know. So it's a sad event, and that is just my humble contribution. I thank you, Mr. Damage, and I just want you to continue to push forward in this awareness of issues like this so people both home and abroad. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Bright. Adewala, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damage.
Where are you joining us from, Adewala?
I'm joining the program from Houston, Texas, USA.
Okay. Did he make the news in Houston? Because in New York, here it was in the news.
Oh, the Nigerian community here, we all know about what's going on in Nigeria, every second of it.
No, but I'm talking about American media. Did they cover it in
No,
Houston?
not really. No, not really.
Oh, in New York, they covered it. So,
well.
what is your take on that?
Well, I think as a parent, we all do anything for our kid, right? Mm-hmm. But I look at the case. Of course, Ekweremadu is a big man. He's a politician. He's going to make headline. But the case in the court, and I look at the details of the case. There's chances that it might be the case, okay? But when we look at what happened, every parent will want to do everything for their child. The mistake he made, and I look at there was a letter that was circulating on the media, if you notice, the one that he sent to the embassy. Mm-hmm. That letter is on its own already mentioned the purpose of that boy traveling to United Kingdom for medical investigation and for the donor for his daughter. Now, that alone, the letter was sent to the embassy. Embassy, perhaps, I guess they verified that this person is saying the truth. But the boy getting to London, talking to the doctor, at the same time, we were told that he was living with them, but eventually talked to the doctor and claimed that he was being maltreated. Now, I look at it from that angle. Could it be that the boy is trying to escape? But for the fact that he sent a letter that support the mission or the purpose of that boy going to London, that might be the reason why it might be the case. And for the amount of money that was found on him at the embassy, at the airport, well, it's not today that people get the highest fine is going to pay. Perhaps he will forfeit the money, and that's not going to get him in the prison or anything. But because as a politicians, we want to look at, well, of course, they are all guilty because they should have, look at the public health care in Nigeria and, revive it and make it so. Yeah, I look at the fact that the details of the case is still not clear because as it's still ongoing. So we'll wait till the July 7th when the case is going to be revisited in the court and we have his appearance. Then we will look at be able to have more details that is coming out. But of course, the fact that it's taking supposedly a minor to the to London, of course, it's going to make headline, and everybody will look at it. We don't even know if the boy is 15 or 21, as the story goes. So, as the case, the details comes out, then we'll be able to make more, make more assessment to it, and we'll know more. But I don't want us to jump to conclusion yet, because as an engineer, oh, big man, I'm not holding brief. I'm not trying to play a devil advocate, but I'm trying to look at the case as it is. There's possibility that it might beat it.
Very
Okay.
good. Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm happy that someone brought that the legal aspects. On the surface, it may look like he will hire a very expensive lawyer, I'm sure, and I'm sure that they might be able to get him out.
Dr. Rudolph,
yeah.
To the young man from Houston, my neighbor, I'm from Dallas originally. It's not that we are not legal professional. We are speaking to the issue as a Nigerians that are being disenfranchised by the system that Ekweremadu has been a deputy Senate president for years, and he have not provided any medical service. So what we are saying is that, in another word, is that God don't catch him. The daughter also is a victim of his own doing. So we are not talking about the legal issue. It can come out of it. Legal issue. There are some things that is legal, but is legally not guilty, but morally we speak about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Basil, welcome
No,
to the
please, I
show.
want to say something. I want to run off. I'll join the show later, but I want to say something, please.
Okay, go ahead.
I just read a comment somewhere. Somebody said we are not being logical. I don't know what he means by logic, because I believe most people speaking here, aside the emotions they are displaying, they are speaking with the facts of what they have that is in the public domain. And I am a bit concerned. You took I don't know if there's any medical person here that can clarify this. Isn't there tests that are done to ascertain some of these things before a donor is finally chosen? Is there no way it is known if he will be a match or not before
Yes.
he's chosen? And I just want to be clear on that. And two, how did he get the boy? The boy is obviously not his relative. It's more it's as though he poached him and flaunted money in front of him. And I'm here wondering how many people did he do that to before this one sort of clicked? And if this boy was not the only one, if this boy, I'm just making suppositions now, if this boy was not the only one, given the way he was taken to the UK, has he taken any other person to the UK and it did not match? And if so, what happened to that person? These are questions. And like the lady rightly said, the medical person rightly said, it doesn't seem as if the well-being of this supposed donor was taken into consideration by the Ekweremadu. That is as aside the fact that they went through the improper way. He was obviously not cancelled. He was just told he was going to be given a proper care and he was going to get a better life. Probably the reason he got there, saw the better life, and broke down and told the doctor whatever he told the doctor. So I'm here wondering, how long has it been going on? Because obviously his daughter did not fall sick today. Has there been other donors? What happened to them? Why weren't checks made here to ascertain if he was a good match or not? Why did he have to be in London? Is he hiding something? Or is it the usual case of there was nobody qualified enough to do it? Why the secrecy? What's going on? That being said, let me just run off. I would rejoin the show in a bit. I'll
Okay.
rejoin the show in a bit, please.
Thank you, Blessing. Thank you so much. Good point. Good point. So let me hear from people that are just joining us. Of course, if you want to join us, I like people who make comments, and especially people who are very critical of our panelists. If you have a better idea of what should be done, join us and let's hear from you. Okay. Basil, we've been trying to get you. Your mic is now connected. Are you connected? Can you hear me now?
Hello.
Okay, good. Okay. So, Basil, what's your take on what's going on?
Yes, I was thinking you not me because I tried to give you a different perspective. Maybe you did not want me to come in today.
No, I don't have a way of knowing what's in your mind.
You are a doctor. You sometimes
not that kind of doctor. Not kind of doctor. Go ahead. What do you think?
Is a doctor of damages.
I don't read minds. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, that's by the way. That was a joke anyway. Actually, there are so many questions to be answered, and until those facts are clear, we cannot make true judgment of. But sometimes we look at issues from its antecedents, and why Britain is being so critical at this time brings us to question. Britain kept our president for 10 to 9 months, planting and displanting. Whatever it is, it is on us to ask why Britain being too critical this time. If Britain can tell us that Ekweremadu went to take a visa with a wrong information, that would have been a different thing. And it has not been very clear to us that Ekweremadu only supported application. Ekweremadu was not interviewed. Now, Ekweremadu has been refused visa bail for a situation that the DORA, we should put ourselves to, into his shoes, that a DORA is being sick. If you are able to satisfy my need, and I am there willing to pay your support for satisfying that, is not transactional. That being said, what we are being critical about is until the whole thing is very clear to us, there is no reason, because issues of people being cured in London for one thing or the other is what most of the people who are going there will tell you. If they are not critical about somebody coming on somebody's own support visa application, and you have the gut to say whatever allegation, until it's been proven, this guy is not supposed to be bailed. And you know us, I as a person, we are so critical about what the politicians do, but we cannot throw the water with the baby, because this time around there are so many things have not come clear.
Okay, all right, Basil, we have to stop you for now.
They always treat us the way they feel they can, but treat others the way they feel they can also. So that is why we are so concerned, and we are not at this point criticizing our brother Ekweremadu.
All right, thank you so much. Ejikeme Ibe, welcome to the show. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, and
Okay.
I've just unmuted myself. Thank you.
Good, nice to see you again. So, what is your take on Ekweremadu?
Well, I would say thank you for welcoming me to the show. I appreciate being let into the studio. It was quite a long queue, but I got in the end. there's a lot that is not clear to us. Okay. I live in the UK. I don't read the newspapers. I don't know if you made the front pages, but I've seen it on some links from like the Independent and some reputable news, the Times as well. So it's major news. He is not just an ordinary Nigerian citizen. He's someone that occupied the position of deputy Senate president. So it's a high profile, it's a diplomatic case, also a criminal case as well. There are so many we can say about the neglect of the Nigerian health sector that makes it the fact that a Nigerian official is coming to the UK says a lot about the Nigerian health sector and the neglect. But we have to also remember that Ekweremadu is not directly responsible for the poor health sector in Nigeria. He's indirectly responsible for the fact that he is a senator and he could have made a law or sponsored a bill. We don't know of that. But we have a health minister, we've had health ministers, we've had a president, we have presidents, and we also have governors and health commissioners in states that could have been directly responsible for providing a better health service in Nigeria. What I can say is that Ekweremadu represents part of the rot in the system, the impunity. What is done, if it's true, it underlines the fact that we live in a country that celebrates impunity. And the fact that he would even think of that and to bring a minor, someone that's not related to him, when he knows that a relative is a better match. It shows how they rate the ordinary citizen in Nigeria. They're just expendable. What I can say, Ike, take heart. You're in the UK. The UK legal system is far more better than Nigeria. If he ends up in prison, he will be staying in a posh place, a place that is a lot better than where the ordinary Nigerian citizen lives. And that also shows him this is a prison that is so posh. Maybe it's as good as the accommodation he has that he thinks is the best in Nigeria. But yeah,
at least there won't be power failure. There won't be power failure when he's in prison.
There won't be power failure. He will have internet. You know, he can tweet from there, which is great. Thank you.
But he will lack freedom of movement.
Yeah, exactly.
He will lack freedom of movement.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much, Ejike. Ebi, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, aka Baba. Let me leave that. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
it's my pleasure to be here again. John Aber, favorite, and every other contributor. Thank you.
How is this news playing in Canada?
So it's just the same everywhere. As Nigerians, I was not shocked personally because I know what typical Nigerian politicians do. It's just a situation where, in this instance, the thief was caught with his hand in the pot. We know that a lot of selfish, wicked practices goes on among top people in Nigeria, and they have, the repression of the poor. They use it to their advantage. They take care of their, families to high heavens, and then repress and depress the rest of the people. The Nigerian politician steals 98% and then leave 2%. Everywhere in the world, politicians steal, but in developed worlds, we technically steal 2%, and then leave 98 for the plenty people. Is the reverse in Nigeria. What we are seeing today, with Ekweremadu, is just a byproduct of the total rot that is called Nigeria. Our health system, everything. This is just a mere indication of what is happening back home. I feel for Ekweremadu's daughter that is sick, because I have daughters too, like John Abba. You know, I feel for the daughter. It's not her fault, but that anybody will try to carve this out as a personal issue and not a national issue, and Ekweremadu himself complicit in the decay in Nigeria, there's no way he can be excused. Even if he was not a governor or direct, he was in place of power. We will have seen on TV where he's crying, shouting, and fighting to death that health system, for example, be fixed. We know of one Akwa Ibom former governor who has now stolen a Senate ticket that he didn't compete for. That he said he built the best hospital in this world. He do da. As soon as he had sudden traffic mere collision in Abuja, that governor in the south, he ran to abroad just to check a headache, you know, and he built a state-of-the-art hospital. So don't let me talk too much. This is just exactly what we have on ground in Nigeria. It's just a byproduct. And I pray that the AG Chemes UK's justice system, we do things accordingly. If it were Nigeria, we won't hear PIM. Everything will be swept in the carpet. Nothing will happen. It's you know. So I like it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much. Wembasi, you are in the medical profession.
Yes, sir.
If Ekweremadu had called you and said, I want to bring somebody to the US, what would you have said? What went wrong in this story?
So the whole criminality of this case is going to be based on quid pro quo. That's the simple case. So organ donation is one area that they really try to level the playing field between the poor and the rich. So in the United States and in most Western countries, people register at the DMV and declare themselves to be organ donors. So in my line of work, when somebody expires in my emergency room, if they came in for accident or any kind of death, I call the registry. We find out if the person was a registered organ donor, and then the organ people will come and harvest those the needed organs, what was good, and then they are donated or transplanted into people who need them. Those people are registered. There is a registry, and people move up the list. So this is completely to eliminate the rich, taking advantage of people who may need quick money. There was a young man about 15 years ago who was on Nightline, ABC here, crying. He wanted to buy, I think, a Lamborghini, and there was somebody who was willing to, buy a kidney for about 600,000, and and he was told, yeah, the moment that happens, you go to jail. And they were even planning to go abroad, and the authorities here said, even if you go abroad, you come back, you go to jail. So this boy, I'm hearing 15 years old, I'm hearing 21 years old. 21 years old, he can consent. So maybe he went for counseling, and he was told the full implications of donating a kidney, the health impact on his own health, and maybe he chickened out. But if he had mentioned that, okay, they brought me here and there was a promise that after I donate this kidney, I get to stay back in this country and enjoy the benefits of this country, then that's a quid pro quo. And that's where the former Senate leader and his family will be culpable for prosecution and jail time. So it boils down to it. I bet when the charges are announced, it's going to be simple, straightforward. Yes, the last speaker, yeah, you were talking about the governor of my state, Akpabio himself. Yes, it's an open secret. I mean, I won't be afraid to mention names here. I mean, everybody knows that. I've been to that facility. It was launched. It had equipment, and the equipments were removed, most of it. They had Indian doctors there. The Indian doctors had to leave because the financial end of the bargain was not fulfilled. We fail to understand in our culture in Nigeria right now that if we do something for the common good, we are doing it for ourselves. We're doing it for ourselves. I mean, countless, there've been Nigerians that died mid-air on their way abroad for a common thing like a heart attack. And the sooner we settle in and not just reinvent Nigeria, put Nigeria medically in the map like where we used to be in the 70s. 70s. We don't need to go in the 70s. That people, I mean, I've read an article that the royal family of Saudi Arabia used to come to Ibadan for medical treatment. And we need to go back there. We need to do things for the common good. We need to put things on ground, facilities that will make people like me want to go back and then, practice home. Because, what we are all seeking here is the federal ground that abroad provides. It provides us a federal ground to grow. And that's what we need to do things for the common good. It does not pay him. He has all the money he wants to have, but he walked into a situation where he's going to land himself. And, I don't know what the sentencing will be, but he will come out a convicted criminal at the end of the day. And it's very sad. It's very sad that we could not do a kidney transplant in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, we are going to change topics to Tinubu and something new that came out of his INEC form. But before then, let me hear from Alaro. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, my dear brother, and to all my other brothers. I've been listening for a little bit.
Okay, very good, because I know that you were PDP card carrying member.
Card carrying member, former chairman of PDP in Germany also.
Former chairman. Did you know Ekweremadu during your time as chairman of PDP in Germany?
Not personally, but I had contacts, and it's unfortunate how the system, is not is an okay individual politically. Let me put it that way. Of any negativity, I don't know of. But general, we have to talk in general of the Nigerian problem. This is why I myself, like I said, I'm not voting PDP. I'm voting for what's good for the country. And if you have been in government and we have no change, we need the change. This is why I'm going, Peter Obi, keep preaching this. This is the problem we are talking about.
Okay. All right. So
basic security, basic health care. That's all we're asking for. He himself is now a victim of the politics we've all been playing, party members, both parties, both major parties.
Okay.
So it's unfortunate, we have to look at the victim side, the impact. Why would a young boy of this age, if he's 16 or 15, consider that? It's poverty. I'm sure even the boy's family will entice him to do this for whatever reason. 20,000 is a lot of money to somebody that can, what kind of background does he have? And they take advantage of us as citizens in this country. This is how I see it. The boy is a victim of everything that's wrong with Nigeria, not just this situation.
All right.
So I'll let you go on, and I'll join in on another question then.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Let's take a break.
Mr. President to be is here.
Hello?
They blocked us here for 3 hours because of this man who is not yet the president.
Okay.
Look at him moving as if the president is coming. Meanwhile, he's not yet the president. Look at the way he's moving. Look at the convoy. You can see 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 the convoy. We are finished. We are finished. We are finished. We are finished in this country. This is the man Tinubu who kept us here for the past 3 hours. We've been waiting. The roads we have blocked for 3 hours, waiting for the so-called Mr. Tinubu. You see the
Please. Increase on VAT. Please. If we reduce the purchasing power of the people, we can further slow down the economy. Let's widen the tax net. Those who are not paying now, if it is inclusive of Bola Tinubu, let the net get bigger and we take in more taxes, and that is what we must do in the country instead of additional layer of taxes. For now, I stop there.
Yeah, for now I stop there. I have to stop there for now. So that's your incoming president, Bola Tinubu. So I'm not talking about his any health or anything. Now I want to talk about his INEC form. You just saw that when he was filling the form, where they asked him to put in his primary school and his secondary school, he left it blank, basically saying that he went to school at home. Of course, we don't know the year that he was born and when he was supposed to go to school, but we don't know about people going to school at home in the 60s and the 50s and the 40s, whichever one that he. So what is your take on Bola Tinubu and the inability to do the basic thing that everybody here, I think, can do, which is write down the primary school you went to, the secondary school you went to. You can even, Buhari could bring out his classmates in high school. Tinubu could not even say the name of his high school, not to show the certificates. Okay, Janaba, let me start with you.
Tinubu made a mistake. Could have told them he went to school on the road, on the street, and he's Agboro head, and he have a master degree in Lagos. He captured their mind, and eventually he was an orphan. He was an adopted child. My knowledge of him, he was just adopted son of someone. So I don't know why he will go and talk about he doesn't have a certificate. He was homeschooled. He's not homeschooled. He went to school on the street, and he became the head of the Lagos. And in Nigeria, all things are possible. I've told you over and over. Before you know, you will have a certificate. What is the criteria for INEC? The INEC itself to say, okay, this is the disqualification. But with all of that, he left it blank, but they still accepted his application as a presidential candidate. So we'll look to see what will happen. This man give a lot of money. He give 2 billion naira to the southern, the northern governors. So 2 billion naira. Nigeria is for sale.
All right, thank you, Alexei. What is your take on this? You have to unmute yourself, Alexei. Please.
Talk about. I said, okay. The first time I spoke, I mentioned the value we put on human beings in Nigeria. We tend to have categories of people. There are people who think that others are like animals. When this same governor or president to be was talking about security, what he said about how to recruit security people, feeding them with yam, corn, and it's just like talking about feeding your dog, you see? So,
And
I mean,
flour.
Oh no,
we
no,
do
no,
not.
no, wait, Alexi, that's not right. Amechi told us that he could eat Gary every day for the whole year.
Okay.
What is wrong with eating yam? You know?
Well, the way he said, look, body language, the body language was, come on, I'm going to solve that problem. Just bring them, I'll feed them on this, that, and then it's easy. Now, in taking a human being as well for the kind of thing that our honorable speaker, or whatever he used to be, to London with the age of that boy, and everything about that whole thing makes him the one who wants to use someone of lesser value to solve his problem. I mean, I sympathize with his situation with his daughter and all that, and the daughter herself. But in trying to solve that problem, if you measure the human value put on that young man, or even this siren blowing, reckless driving on the street, people don't matter to these guys. They just think they are the lords. And so, many times that convoy you see there has resulted to people being killed, accidents, and then they will keep going anyway. So why can't we just become very, simple in life? Why can't we regard ourselves with the right value of what a human being is supposed to be? Whether you have money, fame, or whatever, just know that a human being is worth something.
Okay.
As much as ourselves.
Alexi, thank you.
So that's the problem.
Thank you. Change. Do you have your primary school certificate with you?
Yes, I have it.
What about secondary school?
I have it.
Okay, so why can't Tinubu show his son?
That is the situation we are into. When when cowards took power, this is what happened. Is it the same? Is it not the same office Tinubu is contesting that P2B is contesting? That's the question. The video you showed us, is somebody video it, a Nigerian? Look at how he's parading himself. He has not gotten there. People are suffering already. That is the result. So the answer I will give is that our time is now. Look at what Lagos State is doing now. He has mandated them that before you register your voter's card, you will bring your Lagos State identification card, making it impossible for people to register now.
Okay,
that's what they are doing.
Change. I don't know about that. I don't know. I mean, whatever is going on, I don't know if Tinubu. You can say Tinubu did give them that instruction, so we can come to that. So anyway, Taiwo, what do you think is going on? Why is it that Tinubu cannot, and why is it acceptable that he could say that he was homeschooled? Remember, to be president of Nigeria, you only have to have high school diploma. You don't have to have a degree. And what do you think is going on here?
Well, I think this just corroborates the fact that the country, which we call our country, is not really a country. Honestly, we have gone through the process of schooling. For example, I was born by parents who never had the opportunity of going to school. There was government in their time, but the government of Nigeria at the time didn't just consider it as a right for some people to go to school. So my parents didn't go to school, but they did everything they could because they knew for the children of the poor, you have to go to school to be entitled to anything in Nigeria. And I went through that process from primary school to secondary school, private schools. to the university, got bachelors. I even went further, got masters and PhD. A child of the poor, you know. I know of many Nigerian poor, Nigerian parents whose children had very little opportunity, and they have gone to even master's, PhD levels. All these people got certificate, they got good education through their parents. And then you have people who have been plundering Nigeria of its resources for only God knows when, since only God knows when, and they want to run for the office of the presidency, and they are not able to present even a primary school certificate. That is a shame. Well, before I speak further on that, I would like to say to the youths of Nigeria, based on what happened to that little boy that the former deputy Senate president was trying to use to achieve his end. Youth of Nigeria, we need to understand that there is nothing you cannot achieve if you are patient and if you do it the right way. These politicians don't mean well for us. Their lives are more important than our lives. So if you want to be great, don't be too desperate. I understand Nigeria is in trouble, is a mess. We have gone through it. It is not new to me. I finished bachelor's with second class upper division. I ended up being an Okada rider on the streets of Ibadan. I rode Okada to make the money that I would use to pay for my master's education in OAU Ilefe. And then from there, I furthered my education, and I ended up having something I can say, oh, this is a source of income for me. So you can do it. You can be great in life. Don't let these people buy your life. Don't let these people buy you and use you for their odious hand. So that's by the way. But for Tinubu, any youth in Nigeria supporting Tinubu for Nigerian presidency is not a serious youth. That's what I'm going to say. I don't know what Tinubu has ever done. I don't know what he has done in Lagos, but I know he did nothing in Lagos. Fashola came after him. He did a lot of good things that we can point to. Ambode came. We knew what he did. And now he's claiming that because he brought those guys in, he achieved all of those things. That is even fraudulent. So everything about Tinubu is fraudulent. People should be careful. They should not vote this guy in. If this guy becomes president, I think, I pray it's going to be the end of Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Taiwo. Ejikeme, let me come to you. I know you're in England. I don't know if you went to school in England. I don't know if you have your certificates. The question is this, okay? Let's assume that Tinubu lost his secondary school and primary school certificates. How did he get to the university in America? What did he present to them for them to say, okay, you can do your first degree? Does that make sense to you?
It doesn't make sense, and I have my own theory about it. I think Tinubu has his primary school certificate. He has his secondary school certificate. Perhaps he at some point forged some certificates to do certain courses. And he doesn't want to present those because they are now going to be the paper trail that leads us to other rabbit holes. He's a man that a lot is shrouded in secrecy about him. His age, his ancestry, and his parentage. He's not a Tinubu by blood, but he's a Tinubu by adoption, is what I know, as far as I know. They say he's an indigenous of Osun State, not an indigenous of Lagos State. So I think if the other theory I have is also that he doesn't want certain information about his age to come out. I don't think he's 70 years old. I don't think he just turned 70. If he has a daughter, like we all are being told, is 61 years old, he can't be 70. By any medical magic, that's not going to happen. Any biological magic. His certificate will show the date that he graduated from secondary school, and that is not going to. If that comes out, maybe it would reveal information about the estimated real age, and maybe that's why he's dodging those information. He couldn't have gone to university in Chicago without a secondary school certificate. He must have a first school leaving certificate. Even if he didn't go to secondary school, he would have taken GCE. So he should present that. Again, the other thing is, I will let those who understand the Nigerian electoral law to wade in on whether he is qualified or not. There must be a standard for qualification to be a president. If the certificate is not part of it, then he is eminently qualified to be our president. I thought Buhari had lowered the standard, but I think this is really going through the bottom of the standard. If we have a president that doesn't even have a primary school, and then his university certificate has been stolen by unknown soldiers, he can go back to the University of Chicago and obtain a copy of his certificate. Did he school in mass? Did he school in a place that is not accessible? So there's a lot about Tinubu that is not clear. And I think as we progress in this campaign, that these questions should be put to him by journalists. Let me just read a blog by I don't know if you know Charles Obu. He wrote this morning about Tinubu. He said, "Make no mistake, Bola Ahmed Tinubu attended primary and secondary school. The only reason he would rather lie that he never attended any than submit his certificate to INEC is because these documents contain personal information about who he really is, his real name, his age, his ancestry, etc." And I think that theory makes a lot of sense than that he didn't attend that. I don't believe that. I don't buy that by any second. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let me reframe, find a different way to talk about this. Ebi, it's what it is. Tinubu will do what he wants to do, but does it matter to us as a country that the person who potentially could be the president or next incoming president of Nigeria, that we don't know anything about him, even the ordinary thing as where he went to primary school, secondary school, is it important? Should we just look away, or should the country just say, I mean, even if he's the best person, even if he's going to transform Nigeria into Dubai, which is the choice, the place we always refer to, is that okay to have someone like that? Go ahead. Help us.
You wanted me to say something, or anybody?
I would love to say. I would love to say something before I'm out of the studio, but I will continue on YouTube. This is what I don't know, Mr. Rufo. What else do you want us to say? We all know these things. We all know these things, and thank you, Taiwo, for your last statement that any youth, that is still following these people. I don't like to insult, but it's foolish to follow this kind of people. We are obviously going from bad to worse now. You can see Buhari, people even knew his secondary school, all right? But he couldn't produce the result. But at least we know the secondary school. Now, the man who wants to take over, that said, Emilo Khan, Egbekini Iwa, that is his portion. It is his right. Kukuma, we can't see school at all. No, nothing. Blank. This is terrible. And this should ginger the youth up more to see that there's no future with these people. With Tifnumbu, like Mayegun we call, and Atifku. These two people are persona non grata in 2023. Wipe them out. The youth should come out and vote en masse and defend their votes for a new generation, someone who they believe it's outside of these negatives. and let's just change Nigeria. I'm not going to be diplomatic about this, and this is how I feel. I have daughters who are growing up in Canada, but I want them, I always remind them that this is where we came from, and that Nigeria, as it exists right now, is a very nice country, and this is where we originate from, and I want them to be part of it in the future. And so if I see somebody who had been part of the destruction of it, as you know, they go about saying he has done fantastically well in Lagos. But this same man, just like Mr. Bassis or Dr. Bassis, governor, also run away to the UK as soon as he sneezes. Nothing in Lagos, nothing. These people have nothing to offer. And I'm not surprised, Dr. Damages. This is it. This is where we find ourselves. It's so sad. Thank you very much, everyone. I will continue on YouTube.
Basi,
I'll be out of the
you leave.
All right, thank you.
Basi, before you leave, one thing. Basi.
I'm here.
Okay, I know you. I know you are. Thank you for coming on the program. Another thing, you guys supported Boko Haram a lot by saying that Yoruba education is not good, Igbo education is not good, Hausa education is not good. We are Africans. What we need is a vision. It's not necessary. Chinese president, the Chinese president, Chinese president will not speak. It's not necessary to have. I mean, I think it should show, like all you have spoken, that maybe he's hiding something. But what we lack is lack of vision for the country. Joe Biden is going to be 80 years old. He's not a man that they have so much. The other day he was riding bike and he tripped on it. So what we need really is a people of vision, and let the youth know that it's not just enough for them to vote for somebody, but they should have a demand, a specific demand, so that if they fail, we can hold them accountable. That we say, okay, we are holding you for the next 4 years. At least put a road, do road for us, or power, which is electricity, so that there is a specific demand. Let us also channel that energy towards holding people accountable by what we ask them to do. So that if they don't do it, we say, okay, if you come with a slogan, yes, we can change it, obedient, Tinubu, is my turn. So it's okay. If you are coming like that, we don't want you no more. We give you a tax. We have a mandate. It's a specific one that we want your 4 years, at least provide a road connection that covered the 36 states, and you did not do anything. You do not even give a contract out. So let us tell the youth to have a demand and a specific one. Thank you, AB. I'll see you in Canada.
All right.
Thank you, sir. My pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me chime in. I said it before and earlier, and just a few moments ago. What we are looking for, we have done before, we've achieved before. I was fortunate, I was privileged to be one of the of many Nigerians that went through the federal government college educational system. The best of the best that time. I don't want to over exaggerate. Maybe about 50 or more than 50% of us who went to federal government colleges are abroad now, because Nigeria just cannot, employ some of us. We've been there before. This dream yes, the world has changed, but Nigeria have succeeded before. I tell you, one of my proudest moments, I was watching Comedy Central. A comedian came on stage and he asked this question: are there any Nigerians here in the audience? And a few whistles. And then his statement was, he said, you put a university anywhere in the world on top of ice, you will find Nigerians. If Tinubu cannot present his credentials, he does not manage the country, he wants to rule, because we have a reputation of being brilliant set of people, one of the best in the world. In United States, we are I think one of the top income earning ethnicities. Educational too. The average Nigerian in United States has a master's degree, which a Native American does not have. So we are not going to look for a president that cannot present his credentials. He does not match the country he wants to rule. That should not happen. And we should go back to developing our educational system, because we had it good before in the 70s and in the 80s and part of the 90s. And then we just let it become commercial. And we should go back to all of those things and then try to develop from there. Because I've said it again, we need to learn to do things for the common good. And if we do that, it benefits everybody. And that benefit will come back to us as a people. And I don't like I think Taiwo, thank you for giving your testimonial. Yeah, the country can only do so much. It takes our tenacity, our spunk, to grab onto the little we are offered. And sometimes it's much. And we see how we come and outperform Americans. It's not like the Americans don't have, this is their country, but it takes spunk. And most Nigerians have that drive. We can do it. But if we elect a president that does not match the drive of the youth, then we are doomed. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne.
Yeah. Can I weigh in on this, please?
Yeah. Do you have your secondary school and primary school certificate with you?
Yes, I have it.
You have? Okay, you can wait. Is that right? Basil, is that you? Go ahead.
Yes. Yes, my people, I think you guys are actually hitting the nail on its head. But one thing you keep skipping from, those things that make me to be awake when I'm here, is that we always forget to go to the root of the problem. The root of the problem. We cannot be wishing ourselves away from reality. Tinubu had screening with his political
yes, APC.
party.
APC. That's a good point.
Hold on. I think I'm coming. Please let me land.
Okay. We don't have a lot of time. We have another topic to get to.
Okay. So, seriously, Tinubu, our people who have always placed who they want to rule Nigeria have already known that Tinubu is not going anywhere. And you see the roundtable arrangement of mandating the thing to go to south and allowing Tinubu to swap everybody into his net is because they already know. And you see the movement is still before the end of this month or before the actual permanent taking of the leaders of the political parties will be mandated. And before that time, you will know that exactly they know who they want to hand over to. And that is where we are. Who does not know where we are and why we are where we are does not understand what Nigeria is all about.
All right. I have to stop you. Yeah. Jude, you are welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, please. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Yeah, nice to have you. I know you just woke up in California. Now, we have touched on your friend's story, Ekweremadu. I'm assuming he's your friend, but we just touched on it. You were not here, so while you are talking about Tinubu, you can actually touch on that if you have any new idea or new information. Some people have told us things we didn't know about. That's why we love this kind of show. Have your say, and some people give us information that are not even in the media. So if you know anything about Ekweremadu that we didn't know, that will help us to understand. That's good. But we are talking about Tinubu now. And the issue is simply that someone who was the last person, I think, mentioned that he went through a process screening. Why is it that they didn't find out that he had not even a name of a secondary school and primary school? And why was it not important to them, the people that screened him? Jude, go ahead.
Okay, before I go to Tinubu, I want to briefly talk about Ekweremadu. I see yesterday there were some conflicting, I don't know, maybe some of these paid guys trying to say that he has been granted bail in UK. He's no longer in bail for those who are rejoicing that he's in bail. And I was like, from the latest I got was that they denied him bail until the 7th July hearing, so that he and the wife are still being reprimanded in jail, till the hearing on 7th of July. And think that is still that still remain the current and the current situation. So whoever that is, that probably they have been paid, or to continue to deceive the public about that, should be careful, and people shouldn't listen to that trash. And thank God, I'm one of the people that was rejoicing that this thing happened, and I hope it continue. They continue to expose these evil politicians. I think why this man had suffered this fate is because Abba Kyari perhaps is because he has been incarcerated, because he has been the guy in charge of providing this organ harvest for these politicians for their evil needs. So, well, that is for Abba Kyari. For Tinubu, really, if somebody has documents, okay, you are vying for a political position, the number one position in the land, and it requires, even if it's not legislated, but it requires, I mean, that is morally requirement, and the people you want to lead, they want to know who you are. Okay, they want to know your educational qualification, because we don't want idiots to come and rule us. Okay, just like we have Buhari, and look at where it has landed us to. Somebody who had no primary six living certificate. We want to know who you are. Okay, so why is it so difficult that he should produce it? And why the INEC that was screening him during the primary could not, could not ask for these things or demand for these things? Of course, you and I know what Nigeria is about. He must have given them a lot of money and then they look aside. Everybody, I'm sure there's nobody that can doubt that. If he can spend those billions and millions of naira to buy him the primary vote to be elected, what makes you think that he would have not given all the people responsible for that screening, giving them a lot of money and say, guys, just forget about it. Don't worry about it. This is Nigeria. They don't mind about that. That's exactly what could have happened. And then coming to this fake news, well, not call it fake news, but this idea that Tinubu did so much in Lagos, they should look at what he has done, his antecedent in Lagos. That is, to me, that is so ridiculous. That is so deceptive and misinformative to the public. Before you say Tinubu did so much in Lagos, ask yourself, how much does Lagos generate? Because to whom much is given, much is expected. Lagos cannot be generating billions every day, and somebody just created, somebody just tarred a 10-kilometer road, the way they normally do it in Lagos, in Nigeria. They just sprinkle this thing, and then after one or two rains, the whole road is given up. And then you will not say he has done so much. No. Look at endemic traffic hold up in Lagos, which is solvable. How many of these governors have been able to solve it? Do you know how many billions Lagos loses every day because of that traffic? Do you know the health implication it has had on Lagosians? How it has reduced the lifespan of Lagosians, of everybody that lives in that society? Do you know there's so much to say about the Lagos hold-up? So for me, if I am to judge any governor in Lagos, I will judge him by the hold-up situation in Lagos, and by those what is it called, slums, mega slums that many people in Lagos are living. All those people are human beings. So okay, you can't tell me done so much when you have those People around it, that between Akpagbon,
Apapa.
Apapa, and somewhere around Akpagbon area, where people live under on top of water, and then you're telling me you have done so much? Are you kidding me?
Okay.
Where are you
Jude,
using all the money Lagos is generating to do?
Jude, thank you so much. Let's go to. There's so many people here who are here to speak. But let me come to you, the priest of peace. Welcome to the show.
Well done, sir. I greet everybody.
Yeah. So, priest, I don't know whether you wanted to talk about Tinubu or you wanted to talk about Ekweremadu, but I'm imagining there's something that happened recently in the life of Ekweremadu. You may know this. He was arrested by the EFCC for having over 22 houses across Nigeria. Some newspapers reported about 44. And a lot of priests, about 44 priests, bishops, and different grades came to his house to pray for him. Were you one of them, or did you? I'm just kidding. So, give me your take on Ekweremadu.
Okay. First of all, I said something here one day. Say, the only thing that surprises me is what doesn't surprise Nigerians. It looks like these two topics you have that people are surprised. I am surprised at them being surprised that these things are happening. You see, common sense is not common. How can I as a human being, remove the nomenclature of me being a priest or whatever, or a pastor. Just remove it from this equation right now. How can it be? It is not morally correct. It's not morally right to go and pray for Ekweremadu himself. I sympathize with the daughter because she has an ailment and that needs to be taken care of. But come to think of it, Ekweremadu has been in the corridors of power for how many years? 20-something years, 24 years. Now, I believe that this Ekweremadu's daughter may be like maybe 25 or 26. And there are people who have been, who were born during this period of Ekweremadu and Tinubu's and Buhari's in power. What did these people do? Absolutely nothing. They destroy the health sector. They destroy the educational sector. They destroy all the infrastructures. They destroy everything completely. They ruined Nigeria. So how do you want me morally to come and pray for these people? For what? It doesn't make, it's not morally right. It is morally wrong in all areas. Go to heaven and come back. It is wrong to pray for Ekweremadu. But you can pray for his daughter. Yeah, I've been praying, say, God, heal this little child. But this man kept his family, I'm coming, in London. They are using pounds. They are using dollars. He has a house in London. The children are going to school in London. What are we talking about now? How can we, it doesn't surprise me. I am angry. Coming to Tinubu, we all know that Nigeria is operating on ghost remote. Ghost remote. What do I mean by ghost remote? Everything in Nigeria is a spirit. Everything happening in Nigeria is a spirit. Because so you can't see the spirit. When you talk to Buhari, I don't know. When you tell him something is happening in Abuja, where he is the commander-in-chief, he say, nobody have told me, I don't know. So how can you now come and ask Tinubu to do what? To produce or provide his school certificate to come and rule professors who do not have nothing to offer us. We have charlatans. Sorry for my word.
Don't be sorry.
We have people who have questionable characters that we can see controlling 200 million people. in quotes. There we have doctors, there we have nurses, there we have professors, we have engineers, and they cannot use these people. Hey, my brother.
Okay.
It's
Thank
annoying.
you so much. I know. Thank you so much. Let's hear from other people. I know. I'll come to you, Nick, to hear your view and blessing on this Tinubu. But let me welcome Ijoma. Ijoma, welcome to the show. Ijoma,
hi everyone. Hi, Dr. Damages. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Welcome to the show.
Good. Thank you. First of all, I'm gonna go to Ekweremadu, and I'll go to Tinubu as well. My take on Ekweremadu. You know where I'm based. Normally, as I said before, most of the cases happening in Nigeria is not being broadcast like it is probably in the UK. But this case of Ekweremadu was a big thing over here. And I was very, very shocked because of what I do. I'm getting some calls and emails from fellow colleagues and asking me, what the hell, what is this? It has put a very significant alarm over here as well, because in the medical sector as well, a lot of things are going to be checked. I mean, it's not so, when we don't have more Africans like in the UK, but this is an opening eye, and I know what is going on as well, because I've got enough emails in the medical part of it, to donate a kidney or to a transplant. It's not something bad, it's something good, because here, we call it organ spender. When you go to your GPs, people are being asked, you have a form to fill. It's something without money involving in it. That's the bottom line. That's how it is here. So if this person, as a former deputy, I don't know much about Nigerian politics and all what's happening in Nigeria. And I've said it many times ago that I'm very happy to bump into your channel to hear fellow Nigerians, because I don't have much contact over here, what you're saying, what's happening there. But as I said, it's an alarming thing for us over here, and everyone is taking it serious. And it was really a shame and shocking as well. But if I know the daughter is very sick, and being in a professional medical line, every person working in the professional line, you sign, your duty is to save lives. That's very sure. But even if someone needs an organ, as I said, it must be done in a proper way. But if there's money involved, someone is gonna pay, someone is gonna profit. It doesn't work that way. But as I said, it's a shock. Good. Coming to Tinubu, I wrote one comment and asking, why don't the INEC, that is the body governing the Electoral Commission in Nigeria, as I can understand, why can't they disqualify this fellow? Because if he can't prove his certificates, his primary school, his secondary school, and he was saying someone, I think the soldiers or non-soldiers or whatever, I don't know. This is a very big shame. At the moment, everyone can say, all of you guys can see that a lot of problem in Nigeria. We're the one of Ekweremadu, we're the one of Tinubu telling the people his documents are lost. Come on, what kind of a country is this? It's really a shame. Thank you so much. I'm going to leave to let other people say something, but I'm really, really surprised. Dr. Damages, I see you have presented your book. That was very nice and very lovely. I watched it. That's very good. Let me give other people a chance.
Thank
Maybe
you.
Dominic can say much about it, because it's also in a doctor as well. But I am really shocked and devastated from Ekweremadu. I don't know what. Anyway, thank you, everyone, and bye-bye.
Okay, thank you so much, Ijoma. All right, so Dominic, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon. I forgot the show starts at 11. So I signed like around 12:30. But I saw the two topics, Ekweremadu
and Tinubu. Of course, we are getting to P2B next. So I want to round up with on this Tinubu, then we get to P2B. There are some conflicting things about his stories. But yeah, go ahead, Dominic.
I just took a quick look at the NHS. NHS being the national body, medical body in the UK with respect to providing healthcare. And it says here that they do about 3,400 transplants. This was between 2020 2021. And there's about 7,000 people on the UK transplant list. And last year, 470 people died while still waiting to get transplant. So I understand the concern and the worry that Ekweremadu and his family probably have right now. But does it justify doing such a thing? Now, this is still allegedly, right? The information is still coming out, so I'm not going to make any conclusions. But I think the silver lining in it is the fact that it will help us Nigerians put things in perspective. Here is a foreign government taking responsibility and protecting a non-British citizen, right? If this had happened in Nigeria and it was substantiated that Ekweremadu was doing organ trafficking, would the Nigerian court have reprimanded Ekweremadu? Would he have been put in prison without bail? These are some of the questions that we should be asking. So this is aside of the facts of whether this is true. It should help us understand how a society should be working. A society that is based on law, right? Look at how the boy allegedly reported to the police. Look how swift they were in arresting Ekweremadu. They waited for them to come from Nigeria first. Because remember, if they had alerted the Nigerian authorities, Ekweremadu probably wouldn't have showed up and stuff like that. So I think that's the one thing that I'm happy about, right? We have a government that appreciates someone, whether or not a victim, whether or not the person is a citizen, they appreciate taking care of that person. Yeah, I forgot what's the other topic again.
Tinubu.
Tinubu. Yeah, that one is quite ridiculous. I mean, this is like the priest of peace said, Nigeria is a place where abnormal things have become normal. And so we shouldn't be surprised. I'm just a little bit sad that we're even wasting time on this topic, right? Someone as like Tinubu should not even be flying on our radar with respect to people who are qualified to run Nigeria. And I kind of, that theory that one of the people mentioned does make sense, right? It seems like he would sacrifice people seeing the information on his certificates, right? He prefers that than to reveal his certificates, which is probably going to show his age, his ancestry. I don't think that matters anyway. And whether or not he has a education, qualifying education. You never know. Maybe he had F9 throughout, and he doesn't want people to know.
Yeah, but the law didn't say you must pass. It's just that you have.
But still, a man as egotistic as Tinubu, every time you see him on TV, people he was always saying, "Is it your bullion van? Is it this and that?" With all these personal, nobody wants to show F9. I tell you,
it's just like Donald Trump. What Donald Trump did in America, he didn't want to show his tax response. He didn't want to show his certifications.
All he's saying is he's gallivanting about, right? Just like Trump saying that he went to Wharton School of Business, but nobody knows whether he got F9 or not.
And he didn't, and it was discovered that many of, even while he was doing his SARS, he even bought people to take the exam for him. And while he was in the so-called university, people were taking the exam for Donald Trump because his father had money.
I think we are discussing Nigeria here, please.
No, don't say these are people. We are making references. We are making references. We are making references of dubious characters who's supposed not to be leading humankind.
Okay, hold
on. He's taking my time. He's only making a point. I allowed him to speak. He's only making a point. We're not trying to digress.
All right, that's okay. So let me announce for those who are in the studio, we need space in the studio. So if you don't want to contribute and you don't want to turn on your cameras, I will advise that you go to Facebook or go to YouTube and watch so that we can let other people in. Nneka, what do you have to say about
Tinubu? Because I've already spoken about Ekweremadu. I was wondering why now?
Oh, you did? Nneka, yeah.
Yes, I did speak about Ekweremadu.
No, the media just got a copy of the form he filled for INEC. That's why we are talking about it, because nobody saw that form before. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, what I'm asking in terms of Tinubu, why now asking about his educational background when he has already served as a Lagos governor? So again, it just takes us back to the dubious character that we always condone in Nigeria. Wouldn't he have been an educated human being to run Lagos State governor? So why now is what I don't understand. And I know that in a few minutes you're going to present the Peter Obi's case. I don't know what they are alleging, But again, why all these things coming out now? Why couldn't they see that even when someone is about to run for governor? Or is it, hopefully, whatever it is, he will be able to prove what is right and what is wrong. That's all that I have to contribute. So
All
I'm
right.
going to go
All
to
right.
the YouTube, listen to the rest of the topic.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time, Neka.
Can
Jude,
I
what
say
do you want to say?
for 30 seconds? Just for 30
Jude,
seconds.
Jude, you took my time, so I will take your time.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna make quick points. I watched what Adela, her last show, what she was saying. It made so much sense. So here in the US, right? When someone has a heart attack, we try to estimate, ask the family members how long they've had an attack, right? One of the important markers of safety that we have is as soon as the person crosses the door of the hospital and comes in, we set a timer for 90 minutes. And within that 90 minutes, if that person has a horrible heart attack, they're supposed to get all the necessary treatments, including unblocking the heart. 90 minutes. So imagine this Nigerian politician, someone has a heart attack and you're flying them to London 5 hours. So they think because one of the issues that they have is they think because they have all this money, right? They can easily travel. Therefore, when dramatic things happen, sicknesses and things like that, it's only going to affect the Nigerian populace. But now they are now understanding that things like kidney disease, heart attack, and those things, it's not something that money can buy. Because by the time they fly you halfway to London, you already have a heart attack. So I sort of see a positive in things like this happening to people like Ekweremadu, because it's only when things pinches the powerful that they will start to make changes.
All right. Thank you. Jude, what do you want to say?
What I want to say is this, briefly. Why is it that many of these people that are supporting and saying it doesn't matter that Tinubu or any of these politicians should produce their certificate and everything? Why is it that these people continue to support this, whereas even if you are somebody now looking for a job in ordinary local government council in Nigeria, like that Lagos, you'll be required to produce your school cert and your degree, depending on the job you are looking for. And that applies to every other position you are vying for in Nigeria, maybe in banking, whatever position you are looking for in any organization. You'll be required to produce your documentation, your qualification to see that you qualify for that post. Then how can we not require even much more, including character qualification, for somebody vying for #1 position in the entire country? Is it not? I mean, does it really make sense? These people that keep defending this indefensible, are they really good? I mean, is their brain actually working? That is for that. For Ekweremadu also, the children, I am not sympathizing with them. You know why? They are the beneficiaries, all these children of these politicians. They are the beneficiary of their fathers, of their parents' wickedness, of their father's exploitation of Nigeria, of their father's looting and stealing in Nigeria. They are the beneficiaries. Because their fathers send them abroad, they use the same money they have stolen to continue to take care of them, and none of these people's children has ever come out to say, my father, I have told him to stop stealing from Nigeria and he refuses. Therefore, I am disowning him. I am not going to partake of all these blessings. If I am in their position, trust me, I will do it. If I tell my father, stop stealing from Nigeria and he refuses, I'm going to go public and disown him and follow my own path. Just like
You didn't do anything.
I am telling you, except if you don't know me, this is the kind of man I am. I don't condone evil.
Dominic, you don't know Jude. You know, you don't know Jude.
You just that you don't know me. You don't know how.
Jude, be coming down. Be coming down.
Off the mic, Jude.
This is evil. This is
off
evil.
The mic. Yeah, good. Thank you very much. We'll give you the mic soon. Alaro, welcome. What do you have to say? Go ahead.
Okay, brothers. With the case of Tinubu, first of all, it's unfortunate, but this is not something new in the system. They knew that in the system, but it's because of now some of his political enemies, so to say, somehow brought it out. He's not qualified. We know this. How can illiterates be ruling over professors? Everybody sitting in this panel is qualified on their own basis. We need qualified people to do what we want them to do. That's number one. In the issue of Lagos State, people always say Tinubu did this for Lagos. let me give you a fact. Everything that's been done in Lagos is a plan that was written by Jack on the up till today. There's no new ideas. There's a plan of the things that structures that have to be followed, things that have to be done. So every governor that's been in Lagos is going into this plan and picking what they have to do from this program. None of them implemented none of the things in Lagos. They just benefiting and embezzling from those ideas that were already in place. And what is very important is for us, how do we save ourselves? If you don't participate, those people that are in politics are participating and they will rule over us. So if we want the change, we have to participate. The people will know, support them with our money and let them rule. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Stand by because we are going to go to Peter Obi soon and I want to hear your view. Kaluta, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks.
Kulata, sorry. So,
yeah,
how are you?
I'm good. From Atlanta. I don't think last time I was here, I don't think I mentioned where I was.
Okay.
Yeah. So everybody, I mean, as usual, emotions are not really like sticking to the basics. The qualification from INEC says minimum of school certificate. So Tinubu he can produce Chicago State University, which kind of exceeds that minimum qualification. So given that he can produce his Chicago State University certificate, he is qualified. Now, on the form, he intelligently or shrewdly did not include any primary or secondary school. So that means there's nothing to go and verify. There's nothing to go vet, because as he has exceeded that qualification, it was up to the tertiary institution that admitted him to do that check. As far as INEC is concerned, he's already met that education and exceeded that education requirement. So you and I may not like that lack of transparency, but legally, he is qualified. So we can't say he doesn't have education. I mean, if you say he doesn't have education, then you now have to question the likes of Deloitte, Otto Anderson, Mobile, and all the corporate bodies he's worked for. The guy is qualified, but he has skeleton in his cupboard. So you can say he's not transparent, but you just can't say he's not qualified because he exceeds the minimum qualification that INEC put out there. So I'm correcting you, Alaru, for saying he's not qualified. He's just not transparent. They're two different things. So for Ekweremadu, I mean, I'll wait for all the facts. Like, I mean, I think he's one cunning man, another cunning man. He probably bought that boy, based on what I've seen, he's trying to take advantage of the UK situation of like, I mean, you know, minors, they treat minors. I think that guy is not a minor, and he's trying to use that to kind of get some form of stable. I'll wait for all the facts to come out, so I can't really judge. But Ekweremadu too, I mean, for the love of his daughter, he didn't have to kind of like commit a crime, because like lying and all that stuff. Even though as a father, I can feel for him, but let's wait for all the facts to come out before I can pass any judgment.
Can I ask Lata a question so we have good clarification? When it says,
can I reply real quick, sir?
Yes, please. Yeah, you're well. Okay, go ahead. Reply.
Okay, so I do agree with you. It does qualify because it has a college degree, so to say. But based on, when I say not qualified, he is incompetent enough, not based on this issue of not having the certificates. I don't see Tinubu as a competent person. That's why I've said everything that people give him credit for in Lagos State was not his ideas, not based on the fact that he doesn't have the certificate. I see him as an incompetent, period. That's what I meant by that.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Okay.
All right. The clarification I wanted to make was for Mr.
Hold on.
The question I wanted to ask Mr. Kolata is, when you say minimum requirement, does it mean you can skip mentioning all those at least basic foundations are laid up there? Because for me, example, when I fill forms in the US and it says you need at least a master's degree, right? I say I have to fill in the other ones. If I just fill master's degree, no one accepts the form.
It depends. It depends. If you provide the master's degree, they don't have to go and vet your bachelor's, because it's not important if you meet and exceed that minimum. So it's up to INEC to now demand that transparency. And if Tinubu is like, what he's doing is like pleading the fifth, like what you do in the US court system. Like, oh, I don't know. So if you don't know, nobody's going to go after it.
I cannot recall.
Yeah.
Adewale.
Possible deniability.
Yes, sir.
Adewale, what do you think about Tinubu? Are you confident that he should move ahead and be the incoming president, or he's already the incoming president, be the next president of Nigeria?
Oh, you mean my uncle?
Oh, it's your uncle. Oh,
I'm just kidding.
Now we are
I'm just kidding.
breaking news.
I'm just kidding. Well, you know, no, it's not my uncle. I'm just kidding.
No, you look more like Ambode than Tinubu.
It's not my uncle. I'm just joking. Well, what is the minimum qualification to become Nigerian president? School cert, right? We can sit down here and talk about, well, it's not, you went to fake school, you did this, you did that. Look, the minimum qualification is school cert. Once you have that, you are qualified to aspire to become Nigerian president, right? And he has fulfilled that. Now, the main issue lies on the electorate. If they want a professor to become the Nigerian president, go ahead and vote for the right person that fit that position. But if they think Tinubu doesn't have it, look, I don't know. I think maybe 2 or 3 people on this platform are residing in Nigeria. The remaining ones we can't vote, right? But the people back home that are on this platform, they know who they want. If they want Tinubu, the last time this man was in office was in 2007, if I'm not mistaken. Tinubu is guilty by association. The fact that he's one of the chieftain of APC, he gave Buhari the exposure, I think 2013 or 14, if I'm not mistaken. He brought him to the mainstream. The Europe, remember the last time he gave the speech at the Chatham House in London? And that was a turning point for people. The youth embraces him. 1984, 83, 84, Buhari was the head of government. Today, he's still the president of Nigeria. We can sit here and talk and talk and talk. You know, I don't know. I was sitting out here I was watching this, you guys on YouTube. I don't know. It's not a cause. Nigeria not go better. It's not a cause. The whole thing will keep repeating itself and repeating itself. Look, our culture is very inimical to our growth. The day a son can snitch on his father, Nigeria will be better.
I wish
we can tell the authority.
Jude,
sorry?
Jude, I wish we had all the kids of all these rich people are like Jude. Everything will be all right. They show us where they hide the money, the accounts they have abroad. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Who is going to snitch?
My dear, you are very correct.
That's a good point.
Very good point.
All right. Let me. We have Mega Video. I don't know your real name. I know you've been trying to.
Good evening, everyone. Over there, can you hear me, please?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. So my name is Azik. Anyway, my contribution is this. We have been talking about. Let me say the power system we Nigeria have been facing. You are talking of Ekweremadu, one thing or the other. So I see that.
Can you show us your face and tell us where you're joining us from? Yeah, we can't see you. Yeah. Okay, good.
Okay, sorry for that. I'm joining from Italy anyway.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
My contribution goes like this. You see, a lot of us, Nigeria, we know the suffering we suffer, especially when you travel outside the country. Understand me? Especially when you travel out of the country. So, like in terms of knowing, like Tinubu now saying that he doesn't know where his certificate is, one thing or the other thing, everything is no. Meaning that from the beginning of the whole process, there was no eligible something to present then. So it was at least if our system, if for example, if our past system, if we are being holding our leaders accountable of their past, I don't think all this thing will continue. If you are going to maybe a public office now to serve, you are going there to serve, not just because you want to share the public money. That is the problem we are facing as a Nigeria, as a in general, as a whole. So that is my contribution for now, in terms of that.
Thank you so
you.
much. Ovie, welcome to the show.
Good day, everyone.
You're having.
Can you guys hear me?
You're having
Yeah,
problems joining us. Are you? Where are you? Are you in Ilesha?
I don't know. I don't question this city of black excellence, Atlanta.
Oh, okay.
I'm from Atlanta.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you'll be the last person that will talk about these issues. Then we go to P2B. Tinubu and Ekweremadu, what is your take on what's going on?
Ekweremadu, I'm restraining myself to actually say something about it because I think there's more to it. My question is that where are the boy's parents in this whole saga? Or is it an orphan? So I want to hear from the parents, hear from the Ekweremadu and his wife himself before I can say, okay, this is what is going on. So there's just a lot of, talk going on from, nobody actually have 70% of what is going on here, not talk of 100%. So yeah, but my curiosity is that where are the parents and all this whole saga? That of Tinubu, I always ask that question. Do we actually understand the kind of system and politics that we are playing? It's the same Tinubu that contested for senator and won as a governor, and he was re-elected as a governor. So what is this whole braha about this certificate? And we should understand that, again, we are playing into the game of the elite, playing to their hand. We spent the last 2 years, especially with the southern Nigeria, criticizing the whole North. We were not able to separate Buhari and APC from the whole northern space. We spent 2 years, instead of us to pay attention to the signals and see how the process, or how we can actually interject the process of the primaries and get our own candidate. But no, we blame. The elite get together and present to us 4 candidates. We no get choice. One of them must become president, and it's not going to work for us. That is certain. And again, we start again. Oh, certificates, this. Is that what really matters? There's nothing we can do about it. Because if we are paying attention critically to the politics, APC actually passed a law, I think within their own constitution, APC constitution, either January or February, I'm not pretty sure of the date, that nobody can actually sue any of these candidates except you take part in that primary election. What does that mean? Ordinary party member cannot sue. We Nigeria cannot sue. It's not left for people like Amechi, Hoshebando, and the rest to do it. And we all know it's not going to happen, because if they actually take that step, they are not just disqualifying the candidate. The whole APC party will not have a presidential candidate coming to the election. So even INEC, I don't think INEC has the power to disqualify Tinubu. Only the court has that power to do it. So why are we making us to play into their hand? Instead of us to settle down and actually study their policy that they are bringing and scrutinizing. No, we are playing to Tinubu no get certificate. This man has been in power for like 20 years. So all these things are distraction, all our politics, not distraction. Let's forget about it and pay attention to the signals, what we can actually control. And I keep saying, a game of elite, it is them against themselves. We not just say, as I said, they don't select their candidate, they give us to elect. Either way, it's not going to work for us. So all these things are just distractions as far as I'm concerned.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Let's take a little break. We'll come back. We'll talk about P2B and what is okay. I wanted to play a video. I'm not allowed to play a video. There's so many people in the studio. All right. Let's go to P2B then. So the point I want to make is that there are several instances where we've seen P2B say one thing, and what came out, people now went and discovered that it's not exactly what the truth is not exactly what he said. One example was he kept saying that he had only one house anywhere in the world in Onisha, but we know that he has a house in London, and some said he has houses in other parts of the country. There was an instance where he said he invested money, Anambra State money, in I wanted to play some videos, but I'm not allowed, so I'll figure it out before we finish. So do you think?
Do you want me to leave the studio so you can play the video?
No, it's not you. I think we have 9 people, so there's room for one more person. It's not that. There's something wrong.
I think it's Jude. I think it's Jude.
But are you worried about? Is anybody here? I mean, those that are in support of P2B, because I know there are many of them here. Are you worried about overselling the candidates? Okay,
Peter Obi is the system of government. So young youth let tell you. Tell our lanu de. Tell our the flag him. Yes, so Peter Obi le ba lo. Yeah, Peter Obi. Peter Obi is the system of government. Peter Obi by the people. Peter Obi for the people. Peter Obi responds to the people. P. Progress and prosperities of the nation. More poverty in Nigeria. E. Empowerment of the whole nation and the youth of this country. T. Transparency and technocracy of government and transmission of the electricity of this country. All the tribulation that APC and Buhari live for him. Restoration of the resurrection of the economy resurrection of the economy of this country from the dead economy to life economy. Peter Obi is going to obey Nigerian constitution and fundamental human rights law. Yes, sir. Going to be the best administration in Nigeria in 1900. Peter Obi is going to use intelligent and intellectual people to run the system of administration of this country in order to turn Nigeria to be a utopianism, federalism, idealistic, and equalism country. I call all the north, all the east, all the west, and the south to call Obi into power in order to turn Nigeria to be a great nation, great people. One love, one love, one love.
All right. So is there a chance that Peter is being oversold? Go ahead, Ekweremadu.
Well, I don't think you can sell him too much. What I think the Obi campaign is suffering is from media fatigue. They've put him out there so much, and I think if by my own estimation, I might be wrong. I think Peter Obi has done more media interviews than all the presidential aspirants put together, and I mean including all those that fell out in the primary. He's done. I've seen more videos of him. He's been in the studio more than all of them put together. He's suffering from media fatigue. So my advice to him is he should hire some good PR people to prepare him, because he says things off the cusp. He doesn't have something written out that he's reading from. So he's bound to miss 1 or 2 figures here and there. And on the issue of the house, I think I heard that interview. You know, sometimes Obi pauses, he omits some words. What he was saying is that he doesn't have any house anywhere in the world. He said if you find any house in Lagos, you find any house in Abuja. I think he was trying to refer to Nigeria, because he also was the one that told us about his house in London. It is from his mouth that we heard about his house in London. But he's saying he doesn't have any house anywhere in Nigeria, apart from the one in Onitsha. But I also know he should have a house in his village, because I don't think he doesn't have a house in Agolo, in his village. So I think we take it for granted that he should have a house in his village. So he was saying anywhere else. His official home is in Onitsha, GRA. So I think that his big problem is media fatigue, and he should calm down. There's a lot of time between now and the election. I know he wants to get a lot of information out there. He made a tweet about Ekweremadu, which I felt was so unnecessary. He doesn't need to weigh in on that. But and I'm sure he has a Twitter handle. He's not the one putting out these things. So they should put a leash on those people to go and get proper education on how to wade in on public discourse. So yeah, that's all I can say.
All right. Thank you. Alaro, I know you are supporting Peter Obi. What is your take on what's going on?
Yes, I'm supporting my man. First of all, OVA, have you switched parties? Because I don't see no poster behind you. So, but to move on. Okay, to move on. My brother is right. He has a lot of exposure as far as the media, and he needs to be well managed to use this exposure properly, which I see as a problem. For the same reason, I've always said, I'm a PDP member, I'm supporting this guy. I'm actually looking for a way to reach out to them, for me to take my own members behind me to join them. So until now, I haven't had that leeway. So they're lacking as far as politics in a way. The organization they have is lacking, and they need to work on it, how to reach out to the masses. Is exposed, but they're using that exposure politically to the max. I don't see that. And this is what really scares me. He's electable. They need to manage him. Whatever he doesn't need to speak on, he should stay back. The less information, the better. They're going to come at him. This is a game of politics. This is realistic. And he's dealing with serious politicians. Tinubu, Atiku, these are professionals. We haven't seen anything yet. A lot of things will come out. They will come at him at every angle. But his managers need to reach out to the mass. They have to do internal workout. Their engine is not functioning well politically at the moment. I hope they can do something about it.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me
Share Odu and Mr. Peter Obi said to us, go verify. So there is this video where he tells us that he has 2 pairs of shoes from Marks and Sparks, and they were £59. So basically the shoes had so the person doing the video took a photo of the shoes, and in the middle of the shoe at the sort of back, the sole, there was a red strip. So I wanted to check whether Marks and Sparks did these shoes or whether that was a Prada, although the Prada red logo is longer, but nonetheless I wanted to check, and I'm extremely happy to say that I have found the shoes. You can go verify. And yeah, he's absolutely right. These shoes are between £35 and £59, and yeah, I have verified. Peter Obi, really, those shoes were not Prada. They are from Marks and Sparks. I'm here in Marks and Sparks, Kensington, London. I've just checked it. I verified. You can verify Mr. Obi on everything he says. He's on it.
All right. This is the beginning. The politics is here to begin. You know, there are a lot of things to verify. Yeah. I hope that when people are verifying and things start coming out, that the OB people will be able to withstand that. Who wants to speak?
Dr. Damages.
Yes.
I want to speak about the Nigerian expectation of people telling you, I don't have much, I have a little. Buhari also run on that story of having 3 or 4 bedrooms in his state. All those things are not the vision for the nation. What is the vision for the nation is the demand, like I said earlier, from the youth to put a demand on people. Peter Obi is no different from any other politicians that are running. Peter Obi just switched party a few weeks ago. from PDP. The only reason why he switched is that he knew that he's not going to become the flag bearer of that party. Now, I understand that you guys believe that he's running on creating unemployment in Anambra State and all those political career talking points resonate with people that Peter Obi is the messiah of the end time. I will wish for him to go and test the cup like Jesus tested. So he will know the difference between talking point of selling himself than the reality of deliver to the people. I will pray that anyone, I believe that Jude is even more qualified. The only problem that Jude will burn everything down, but Jude is more qualified than Peter Obi.
All right. So who else wants? Who else?
Can I?
Go ahead. Adewale, is it you?
Okay. By the way, Ovie, I'm glad to see you. You're one of my favorite on this show. Yeah, I mean, you're Conquanzo's cousin, right? So we're kind of like the same. Now, Peter Obi.
Thank you.
For those that are supporting Peter Obi, I give you kudos. You guys are doing good. I'm not saying I'm not a supporter. Okay. Now, I'm a Yoruba person, but we are used to all these. Whenever it comes to the election period, these overselling candidate, including Tinubu, including Kwankwaso, including Atiku. Look, when we buy into all this, like the African proverb says, a tree does not make a bush. Well, people are saying Obi is the best candidate. Look, if we elect Obi today, what about the tigers and the lions in the parliament? What about the people that is going to be in advising him? We're talking about politics. Even if if you bring Pope to become Nigerian president, one way or the other, it would tie his hand. He will not be able to look. When Buhari was coming in, he came with a lot of promises and all that. It was as if we didn't have any president in Nigeria. So for example, when the Ekiti election came up, we didn't see him on ground. Osun State governorship election is coming up. I'm super sure it's not going to be on ground. It's not about one candidate alone. It should be about the movement, about the collective aspiration and the collective dream. What do we want as a youth of Nigeria? What should we do? Putting Obi there is just one thing. Surrounding him with the people that will be able to share the same dream. The senators, these are the people that look. To get a kernel from his share is gonna be hard. Okay, people that are saying Obi should be the president, overselling him, of course, they always sell oversell candidates. Okay, but people are going to buy into it. People share that, okay, the fact that, okay, he's coming in with a new idea and all that. But when it gets there, these politicians, they've been there. Okay, Obi himself is a politician. Okay, and they're not going to sit back and watch him taking everything that they used to control away from them. Okay, we should be able to, at least people that are in his party, in the Labour Party, support them, put them then on the on the platform and promote them equally the same way they are promoting Obi. It's just not one person. By the way, I don't believe Obi is going to win, but at least it's going to set that ball into motion, so that the next coming election after this, people will have enough awareness to know that, wait a minute, we need people. But Obi as a candidate, I see that he himself actually bought into, or should I say, lash into people's yearning, people aspiration. But him becoming Nigerian president, I doubt it. Because I think among the politicians, this is a settled case, a done deal. We can bring all the electronic voting from now till tomorrow. They already know who is going to be the leader of that country. Exactly. People in this forum, we don't know nothing. We're just on the scratching here. Deep down, these people, they dine with each other. They know what is going to be. People jumping ship from one political party to the other. These are just things that they do for show and all that. till tomorrow, whoever is going to become Nigerian president, they know among themselves. Power sharing is a different ballgame. But Obi as a candidate, I'm glad that this movement that is into is going to help to propagate this maybe in the following election. But to say that it's going to become president, or perhaps it's going to turn Nigerian around and make it more better place. Look, it's in our culture, it's in our blood. Okay, we follow whoever is going to give us things. It's not just about this man is going to make our generation better. I don't see that happening. I said something earlier when I first joined, when I joined the firm. 1984, the present head of state, I'm still keep saying, when this man was brought in, I think 2013 or 14, they market him to the point that this people saw him as like a messiah, like he's coming to change Nigerian fortune. Okay, everybody on the social media, the television, everywhere. But look, how does it turn out? And
Okay.
here we are still lamenting. Thank
Okay.
you.
Let me
real quick, please. 1 second.
Okay, 1 second.
Okay.
It's over.
So it's over. Look, real quick. I understand your frustration with the country, but I'm telling you, they haven't made the decision yet. I've been in politics actively since 2005. It's not a decided issue. We're dealing with politics. That's why I talk about the political issue itself. There is a chance in Nigeria now in the political environment for a third party. It is not decided. It has a massive chance, but it needs to stick to issue politics. If people are listening, they need to get those messages to those people. He can win. I've spent my time, my money, my efforts in politics because I believe in this change. And we have to participate to bring the change about. That's it.
All right.
Yes, let me quickly say that actually, like my stand has been that I don't want the election, and I know P2B definitely he is going to win, because anybody that is not seeing the hand and what is going on in Nigeria, the movement that is going on in Nigeria, and cannot attest to the fact that never in the history of Nigeria political dispensation have we had this kind of movement, and the movement continues to grow by each length and breadth. Okay, trust me, Peter B is going to win. But what I want to say to his supporters, what is the plan B that they have? Because they need to get a plan B. Because I keep saying this, Peter B is going to win, but the powers that be, okay, would not allow him to get into Aso Rock, just like they did to Abiola. So when that happens, what are they going to do? And the way I come in now in this, in supporting them, in supporting when that it looks as if I'm supporting P2B, is that I need the momentum. We need the momentum that is being garnered now by P2B's campaign team and P2B supporters. We need it at that time when they will fail them, when the system, the rotten system will fail them from achieving their goals, from actualizing their dream and having their own, messiah to be in Aso Rock. What are they going to do? At that point, they will need that momentum. Maybe that will spark up the revolution that we need in Nigeria to now split Nigeria so that everybody will go their own. And by the grace of God, we will have our Biafra. And Oduduwa will have their Oduduwa nation. Up Oduduwa, all hail Biafra.
All right.
What of Ariwa? We will
Ariwa, and any other group that want to break up.
All right. Hold on. I'll come to you, Ovie, but let's listen to this.
I see the population, everybody is outside here trying and struggling to get his PVC. Everybody is trying to push. See, everybody here is young. No old person here. We are all young. So the youth are coming out this time in mass to vote. This is an unusual business. Yes. PVC for one. Yes, it's a large number.
Okay. Ovie, this was Ovie, that was in Edo State, your state.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
Peter Obi, it's I don't think they are overselling him because this is an information age. That's what they call information warfare, coupled with propaganda. So we just start, we see more of them. But in terms of Peter Obi having just one shoe, I be one waiting. It'll be today now. Good luck comes, say you know who gets you. We vote for him. What happened? Buhari came. They say now only 300 cow. I've been at 200 cow. Now I ain't get. We vote for him. What happened? I know one poor man. I know one man. I want billionaire to rule us to see if it's going to change. Obi is not going. Obi is not going anywhere. I don't know why people they please you. Obi will become the president of Nigeria. Who are the people around him first? Let's even start with that. Who are the men behind that man? So to say because of what this Rasmaster that the youth are doing is expected. I said it before. Our democracy done the age small. Those that were born 1999, they don't reach. Those that are born a few years before 1999, they don't reach. But the question you should be asking, this we youth, what do we know? How in depth do we know about the process? Where about our business elites? Are they worried about what is happening? No. So you want to bring stingy man to manage their affair. It's not going to work. Let's just face reality. But I enjoyed the whole thing. As I said, I go push people to support Peter Obi because the more votes he gets, the better for me with the NMPP. His vote, Peter Obi vote can only make way within the South, and it will affect Tinubu and Atiku. But for when the matter really reach, Obi no stand a chance. So this idea Obi is prudent, is stingy. I said that in, but Mbaka will come and talk. Mbaka is not speaking for me and you. Mbaka is speaking for the elite, the traditional rulers. That man don't just wake up one day and say, "Kai, Peter Obi no give me money last year, or make I want to say stingy." No, it's part of the old game. They are getting hold of him. Go and put this in out there, whether we like it or not. Now, waiting people where they village, where they really they vote. Now, waiting they going to tell their people with that this man stingy if he enter not, you know. So. But again, I like the way things are going. I keep saying the elite are ahead of us. They are foreseeing that yes, the youth, we are going to have more youth coming of age to take part. But what are they doing? They decide to say, okay, we'll split these people vote into 4 and whether we like it or not. If depends on how if they decide to match 5, but if they don't decide to match, it's going to go 4 ways. So even the youth now, let's say the youth have 10 million votes. You tell me that's not going to go to Obi, they go split up. So it is a game. Even though it's a game of life and death, that's how the kind of politics we used to play. That's what they play. So these ideas, say Obi is prudent, he get one watch. I don't care. Me, all as we there, so how many of us get the account for offshore? If a billionaire decides to have the sleep on street, why do I care? He's a billionaire. So if you decide to just sleep with one shoe, one wristwatch, I want to say, okay, this man good. No, I prefer man who get money where they say because all the money will be safe for Anambra, where the money, other person come and waste time. How many billionaires or millionaires, how many business where will be period as a governor still they in existence up to today? So this idea, I'm not saying anybody should not sell Obi. That's not the season we did, but now all these are all distractions. Yeah.
We never
know one win. If you are Dangote, will you be interested who will come and manage your business or not? But these men are not saying anything. Me and you, the only interest we will get for Nigeria is we have Nigerians. But there are some people who invested billions of dollars there. What is their interest?
Okay.
It matter, not be me and you.
Okay, Ovie, hold on. Let me go to Dominic. I want to hear from people that have not spoken recently. Yeah, I'll come back to you. Dominic.
Yeah, it's funny how people who have 30 million naira allowance per month are calling someone else stingy. Well, that's by the way, very ridiculous. I just write my comments down so I don't talk too much. So first of all, is whether Obi is overselling himself, the whole integrity thing. I personally think he's overselling himself. You know, he kept on talking for years and years, trying to sell a particular personality of who he is and his ideas. And I think he's coming back to bite him. I think the biggest mistake we make is focusing too much on who Obi is as a person. I don't believe in Obi personally, but I believe in what he represents. And so long as what he represents is able to defeat this madness of APC and PDP, I will support his presidency. But as far as his personality, is a waste of time. Anyone who is able and has the courage to dine with PDP or APC cannot boast of 100% integrity. But if, for example, Obi is 10% corrupt, anyone else who's running for president is at least more than 50% corrupt. And I think, in terms of litmus test, that is enough for me. So I believe in what his movement represents, not who he is. Wasting time to see, okay, whether he tells one lie or two lies is a waste of time. No politician is 100% has 100% integrity. So that's by the way. I think Nigerians should focus more on the positives that are happening. First of all, the ideological change. For the first time in a long time, people are actually starting to believe that the youth can actually decide to vote. The voter apathy is actually decreasing. And I believe if this movement is sustained and we don't sell ourselves to this crazy idea of, vote for the better of two evils, we actually see a better voter turnout. So let's focus on the positives. I don't want us to come here and be wasting time talking about what is possible and what is not possible. Let us focus on the positives because we are here talking about our country and how things can change. So let us be optimistic, not pessimistic. So the voter apathy, the confidence that citizens believe that their voices can actually be heard, the decrease in voter selling. You notice that much of what is happening, besides what happened in Ekiti, is that the politicians are now the ones who are selling their votes, the delegates, and I think it's actually less in the population. Correct me if I'm wrong. We're actually seeing less vote buying when it comes to the populace, which is why they're making much effort to draw us back to that madness. So I think Obi represents change. But whether or not I believe in him as a person, no. One last thing is we should think beyond this election. This movement gains traction. Even if he doesn't win this election, future elections will be different because now we believe that he can be able to win. Look at what happened to PDP. In Ekiti State, PDP came 10. And you saw the headache that they've been having going around the news media, talking about how they should change their party and blah, blah, all those things. Common SDP 1 second. Even though there was vote buying, still that movement of change and third party and third force still was able to put its head into Ekiti State. So a lot of positives for us to focus on, not the negative.
All right, thank you. Ejikeme, go ahead. Unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, I will take off from where Dominic stopped. Yeah, we can't all lay down and die. That Nigeria is not salvageable from the vultures that we call the elites. As far as I'm concerned, the Nigerian elite are the worst of all elite class in the world. In the Western world, yes, there is still a cabal. There is still an elite group of billionaires that control the economy and the politics. But they are more humane. They still provide a system that looks after the common man, because they have to go back to the common man every 4 or 5 or 6 years to ask for their votes. But the Nigerian elites, they found a way to bypass the common man and get into position, not by real election, by vote rigging, by vote buying, by just writing up figures, or the new one that we're seeing today, voter suppression. That to issue common PVC to young people who are now eligible to vote, they are trying to suppress that because they see most of these votes are not going to go to the traditional parties. That these young people, they've been making their voice heard in social media, talking about who they want to vote, and most of them are saying obedient. It is alarming for the elite class. The political class that have kept Nigeria in bondage since independence are running scared. And that is the reason they want to suppress voter registration. You come to a whole state capital, there's only one machine, and it's absolute bedlam. People are queuing for days and days, and they've not even been able to get to the front of the queue to register. And these things are not supposed to be happening. But thank God for a man like Obi that came and spoke a language that they use, because these youths, they've not been interested in politics. All they hear is that your votes don't count, so they don't care. But if actually the vote don't count, they will not be trying to suppress the vote, which shows that the vote actually counts if you come up with enough numbers. That is a number you can vote, and they can rig you out. You know, they can only make up. Yeah, you know. So yeah, we see the groundswell of movement, and we can never say never. It is possible for a third force to separate these two behemoths, these two demonic parties called PDP and APC. Someone can separate them. It is possible.
All right. Thank you. I see you, Jude. I see everybody. But let me go to someone who has not said anything. Olajide, welcome to the show.
He's still muted. He's still muted.
Olajide, can you unmute yourself? Let me see if I can do that. Okay, yeah, you can go ahead. Okay. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I'm just joining you. I was just putting my hand on my head. If I'm going to ask questions, I will raise my hand.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that. Thank
all
you
right,
very
all right.
much.
All right, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, Jude, go ahead.
Okay, is it
Jude, keep it short. African Queen is here. Keep it short.
If let me say I accept the coming election, and for Obi to be president, let's say I assume he wins and he goes there. Personally, as somebody that has the interest of everybody at heart, I would want a president who will conserve the resources of the country and use it for the betterment of others. I would want somebody who will save money from all this excessiveness of our leaders, which every one of us here knows, and which does not happen in advanced country. I would want such a president who will not, a candidate vying for a president who will not go and be bribed in paying millions of naira to induce or coerce vote or buy vote for people to let him in the primary. I would not want such a president. You see, like somebody has said, we have normalized abnormality in Nigeria to the extent that some of us will come out and be defending the indefensible. Okay? Now, somebody like Tinubu and Atiku, who have, with the money they have stolen previously from Nigerians, they have used it to come and buy vote when students are still on strike. And all of those money they have used in buying vote, if they put it together and give to lecturers, I believe they will reopen the school tomorrow. And our brothers and sisters, our children will be the better for it. But what did they do? They have spent all of this. And we are confusing stinginess and prudency. I would want somebody who will not use public fund for his own benefit. Obi could have as well, like every other politician normally do, during the few weeks or few months they are leaving office, they could have as well awarded bogus contracts with those money that he has saved, and then take the kickback and leave. And this is what some of us here come out to encourage, because this man has saved money. It is the money he saved that the predecessor and the successor used in building the airport in Anambra, that some of us, that many Anambrans now have benefited, even many who are not Anambrans. Even if the airport is still substandard, the amount they use is just so bogus compared to the tiny airport they built. Okay, only God knows how many billions of naira that the Obiano must have stolen as a result of awarding that contract. But at least somebody has spent that money for the benefit of the society.
Okay,
I don't know, what do we condone in this country? What are we?
Jude, thank you so much. Make a video. I know you want to speak. Azike, go ahead. I'll come to you, African Queen. So go ahead.
Okay, so let me just be positive in people have been talking about Obi being stinginess. Even before all these things come about, somebody spoke to me on phone. I told it, it's because we are corrupt, we Nigeria. That's why we see him as a stingy person. Because of the corrupt system we are, that's why we call him stingy person. He don't want to get by all means. You don't want to get there by all means. That's number one thing. And to what Nigerian youths are asking for Nigeria, they are not asking them for free money. They're asking them for the basic things. Like here in Europe, they pay people that don't even work. Nigeria is not just asking them for free money. They are just asking them lights, good road, and other things, so that they can invest their money there. And when people talk about we need a foreign investor, we need foreign investor, a foreign investor. The foreign investor Nigeria need is most of Nigeria that have left Nigeria, outside Nigeria, that are unable to come back home. They have the money to invest in Nigeria because of we lack security, we have light. Most of all these people are afraid to invest in Nigeria. I'm not talking about a huge investment. Individually, if we count our numbers of Nigeria outside the country that have the little to, at least they can employ 2, 3, 5 people. I can boast of that. They can employ 3, 5 people with the little money. I'm not talking of billions, or maybe let us not be praising all this APC or PDP. At least let's talk how we are going to, at least, number one thing, how to protect the election. 2, I believe everybody that believes on P2B and believe on Nigeria, good Nigeria, should be campaigning. Number one thing, how to sanitize our people by not selling themselves. By not selling themselves just because of one pot of soup. Well, at least let us educate them. Let us evangelize to them door by door, like the way we evangelize Christianity. Let us just do that in different language, whether in Hausa, whether in Yoruba, any language as far as Nigeria is concerned. However means you can, whichever language you can use to educate them, educate them. If not pidgin English, you could use them, not be grammar. May will not use grammar. Take because the elites, now the people where they market, now the people where go vote that day. One thing is to acquire voters card. Another thing not to go vote that very day. If all these things say we stop this buying of a vote, any other, at least I beg Nigeria, maybe I know they call a stingy person, not be person who won't waste public money. Understand me? Even if you get company, you want to employ somebody, you need somebody who go manage. We need somebody who go manage the economy of Nigeria. We are rich just because of Nigeria is a rich country. We lack management. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I will go to Via before I go to African Queen of Via. What do you want to say? Unmute yourself, please.
I have the question for the obedience, as they call them. You and again to Dominic to say that, oh, Obi, maybe if 10% correct is better than all the politicians. Politician are politician. You are going to complain on a platform. That platform that people get on. Every party in a private business. Now my question is that what is the difference between Obi, who debuted Atiku, who was in PDP for over 4 years, and the Obi of today? What's the difference? I mean, he was not corrupt then, now he corrupt. Or what's the difference between man we follow Atiku? And because he insisted they're not going to give her that position again, that's why they come. So what's the difference? That's my question between Obi of PDP and Obi of Labour Party.
All right.
Can I answer that, please?
Okay, no. I don't want any of you guys to answer. Let's hear from.
You mentioned my name.
I know, but African Queen can answer that. I know she's also in support of Obi. African Queen, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Glad to be with the team again. Obi, let me ask you a question. I will answer your question with a question. What is the difference between Obama and Biden? Is there a difference?
There's no difference. There's no difference. One is old, one is young. That's just the difference.
So the economic impact, there's no difference.
There's no difference. What's the economic impact? Let me know, I beg. Because I did and I never see any economic impact. What's it?
Do you live in the United States?
Yes, I'm in Atlanta right now as I speak to you.
So when Obama was there, was it better than what we have now?
Yes. I'm in Atlanta.
Yes. Did you say yes?
Okay. I had to.
Where's Ovie?
Ovie is gone. I think.
I can speak a little bit for.
No, don't speak to yeah. No. African Queen.
Oh, I can talk.
Okay, let me continue on other topics before he comes back, because I want him to answer that question. So, the thing is, first off, we actually have to be very, very serious. The problem we have as a country is that we have a lot. Unfortunately, the major problem we have are the half-educated ones. That's what I call them. The half-baked, half-educated ones. First off, Tinubu not being able to provide his the basic requirements to be president is not acceptable. That is the least he needs, according to our constitution and our laws. The least he needs is a school cert, Abi. So he should provide the basic. We don't care about the other things. Since this is what is applicable. And actually, in a sane society, that's why a society cannot move forward. Someone of that level cannot rule over people that are very educated. It's not done anywhere in a society that will work. But since this is what we have, he should provide it. It's okay. And if he cannot provide it, then he should provide the one in front of it. If he cannot provide it, then he can provide the Chicago one now. That is in question. He has to provide something. And I saw something on Twitter, making rounds on Twitter about the letter the legal team of the U.S. consulates sent to EFCC, and people are actually questioning that documentation and saying that we should actually they should have requested his degree from or verified it from the university. What do they think? Which is the higher cadre? Will it be through the university or the FBI per se that is mentioned in the letter via the U.S. consulate? So I don't even understand. So that's why I say our major problem is the half-baked, half-educated ones with even reason. And these people, this caliber of people, actually, they are the very corrupt ones. They're actually waiting for their turn. They just look at it as turn by turn Nigeria Limited. That's what we're doing. They actually do not want to be factual about things and be concise. So I don't know why they should query that. I don't know why anybody that is sensible should actually query that. That's what I'm asking. So the truth is he should provide it. Look, listen, I have a person, and me as a person, I got a job with a company, right? I started the work. My degree, my MBBCA degree is verified by West in the United States. But guess what? They reached out to my school. Even at that, they wanted something more. Because there was COVID, I had that job, I lost it. They paid me for the few days. So listen, if they went to a higher ground, they went further to verify your degree, please, the best form of verification you can get is through the FBI. So I don't even know what anybody is talking about. So if the FBI could not verify the Chicago degree, is it the school that will verify it for you? And also, it's with respect to a criminal investigation, if I get it right, if I'm correct. So yes, they can't go to a school because he was not applying for a job. They were investigating him. This is a criminal financial organization, right? EFCC, whatever it stands for. So they went through the right channel. So Tinubu should actually provide us with the basic. The basic. That's what we need. And if he actually schooled in the University of Chicago, he must have provided them with some documentation. So in case, like Nigeria, rats eat our documents, or non people cutters it away, or it gets burnt down, all those things. No. In the University of Chicago, they will have those documents. So can he please request for the University of Chicago to provide him with a copy of his document that he submitted to them? It is that simple. So when I said our problem are the half-baked ones amongst us, I'm telling you that's why they can tell you some kind of bullcrap and you listen to it and you buy it. It is that simple. It's not rocket science. He can get those documents from there. Then for Ekweremadu, it's just that the chicken has come home to roost. Whether the guy played him or he played the guy, some people played each other. If he had built a good hospital in Nigeria, maybe people like us will not be out here. A functioning system, things will be available. He will not take the guy maybe the guy even has plans of Japa and he landed him in the UK and he used the opportunity to do whatever he had to do. It's dog chop dog. They've been conning our people, so if they get conned, it's okay too. It's okay because they're all con artists from north, west, east, and south. They're eating the thing. It's okay. It's good that he got conned too. If that is how he got, that is what it is. Because that's what they do to us. They've been conning us.
Okay.
Children are born and put on a rubber stool. No, I tell people, Dr. Damages, you need to come, if you want to know the level of poverty in Nigeria, you need to enter the Nigerian hospital. You will be walking at the doctor, sometimes you cry. Sometimes we use our money to give patients. So when people see doctors go on strike, I get mad. I had to leave. It's painful. You see a child that you're taking care of. After a few days, the child is retrogressing. The child is getting worse by the day because the drug you recommended, you prescribe for the child, they cannot take the child's prescription to the pharmacy. There is no money. They don't have money in their account. The little baby that is so fragile, you manage to take their blood sample. They cannot process the blood sample because the person at the lab said no, they don't have the money in their account. They will take my salary if I process this sample. So you watch the innocent baby go retrogress. What do? You take our money from your pocket and give that parent, madam, please go and put in this account. Let me see this child get better. And we're here defending thieves because they give you $5,000, $1,000. What is $1,000? Children are born and put on plastic chairs in Nigeria. Are we not ashamed of ourselves? And we'll call Obi stingy. Let him be prudent and let us have functioning hospitals. Let us have good roads. Our people are dying. Children are dying by the day. I had somebody when I was in Calabar, and when I was still a medical student, the man I used to buy something from at Amaya Market, his child was born premature. Guess what? But the child was older than the other child that survived. Why did his child die? Because the child missed the last incubator that was available. The other child that was born that was weaker had the incubator. His child did not have any incubator. They had to wrap the child and put a lamp beside him. That child died. Oh. And you people have the effrontery to come here and defend Tinubu Atiku.
Oh no, it's so sad. It's so sad.
You want to know poverty? Enter the hospitals of Nigeria. You don't know nothing. So we have to be very careful what we say. Very careful. There's poverty in the land. There's poverty in the land. A lot of poverty in the land. People die by the day.
Wow, thank you.
Sister, God bless you. God bless you.
Okay, hold on. We'll take a break and then we'll be back. I really have to give everybody a break. Okay, just 1 second. Let me find something. Yeah.
I know we use mouth to say nonsense to a man of God. Ekweremadu. Because Bible don't talk and say, touch not my anointed. God talk and do my prophet no harm. Even if they anoint you well or them no anoint you well, as far as you they call God Almighty. I don't get nothing with you. My uncle, the Reverend Father Matthew Arthurs, will die around October last year. So I get Reverend Father for family. Madam Baka, leave Peter Obi. Baka Biko, avoid Peter Obi. You say in this stingy, we all Nigeria we know. You say in the give, we self we know. But wait, who do this donation? Wait, who give church money? Calm down, they give money to students. Envelope, where you they see? Upon the Peter Obi, they give wisely. Peter Obi, they give when he need. Peter Obi, you they see her with eyes where they give. I am a living say, I am a brabadam to it. He's a stingy man, and that stingy man will like. Point of correction is the president of Stingy Men Association. Don Jazzy in a vice. I am a living say. He who they live for glass house. He never throw so. Mbaka, we are looking up to you. Now you will they look. Since you the talk, we the follow. I beg, happy Peter Obi. I beg you, Baka, Apuka Peter Obi. I beg you, Apuka Peter Obi. Peter Obi don't do anybody. Baka, it shall be well with you. Baka, God will bless you. Baka, class, leave Peter Obi. Branding Serebedi second day. Sinji president, we lay your
people look here, face me like Facebook. I go silly sound, I go sing a chameleon.
Time don't come for us to wake up.
My people, it's not time for action. Yeah. No more talk. We know how. Yeah, leaders, we don't tire. This situation, we don't get you.
Them say the way you lay your bed, now so you go lie on top. When you sell your votes, not poverty, you lay invite to make you shine your eye.
Make you don't sell your vote, no shishi for bribe. If you talk, we say, and I talk, we say, no shishi for bribe. If you talk, and I talk, and we all the talk, we say, no shishi for bribe. No shishi for bribe. No shishi for bribe. If you sell your vote, sell opportunity, sell your tomorrow.
You say good roads, good health, and education.
Them say the way you lay your bed, that's so you go lie on top. They go try to bribe you with chichi, make you know say your future for chichi. They go surely take them back with profit, now you go suffer, Naija. Monkey go the walk, bamboo go the shop. Say that's what we go there. Make you not sell your photo, no shishi for bribe.
If I do my part and you do your part,
No shishi for bribe. Make you play our part and we build this land. No shishi for bribe. We say no shishi for bribe. We say no shishi for bribe. Nigeria go better.
Corruption killers, bribery finishers. Last, Chuku still got us. Who won't change Nigeria but us? Let's make it work again, everybody rise again. Tire for the talk, nobody want do the work, nobody want die there. I speak with no fear, change out for them, you can't buy my soul. No shishi for your votes, this not the new oats. How much is your vote really worth? How much they want to give you for the pain? If we choose wrong, then waiting we gain. My brother, waiting we gain.
Don't go sell your future to some criminals who don't get the conscience. Don't be say we go just do the fun vex and still allow nonsense for another.
All right, welcome back. We needed a break from that African Queen's delivery. Okay, so there are a lot of people raise their hands. Colata, go ahead.
All right, I'll make it a quick one if you can play along with me. Anytime we start talking about Peter Obi, especially, I don't know, for one reason or the other, a politician that's been carpet badging from APGA, PDP, moving from place to the other. Like, let's get real. Dr. Dami, do me a favor. Put the map of Nigeria with the states on the screen.
You know,
I want the most ardent Peter Obi supporter to take an analysis of state by state, because I've been hearing someone like Jude said it's going to win or there's a cheating, blah, blah, blah. Let's look at the map and let's look at what is realistic. That is, the map is Nigeria. Tell me the path of victory for Peter Obi.
No, anybody who can do, I can't do that with this system. You know, I try to.
We can't do that.
Pictures up. I cannot. For now, I'm working on it.
If they didn't suppress the votes like they are doing now,
no,
if everybody registered 100% that are coming out, it's
when
not
you look,
it's not only
Jude, let me speak. when you look at the Nigerian map, when you look at the south, you remember that the south stops in Oyo from the west side. Cross River on the south side. Anything Benue, Kwara, and above is the north.
Who do you think Benue is going to vote for?
Is the wait now? Let me land. Anything Kwara and above is the north.
Good.
Pick each one. Apart from the south, pick each state and look at Peter Obi's chances. It is bleak.
Oh man, it's like you're not even following what is going on. Anyway, that's okay. We don't have to argue about that.
But Dr. Damages, 1 second before I leave.
Let's keep our finger crossed.
I like how Jonaba, if Jonaba wants to get attention from me, he will say before I leave, because he knows I'm looking for someone to leave so that new people will come in. I will let him go talk, and then he will go and come back. Anyway, Jonaba, go ahead.
I don't see all my friends. I'm going to leave you guys. I don't see anybody on this platform that is actually against Peter Obi's chance of becoming a president. What we are saying, we are speaking truth to what is realistic, and we are not wishing him not to become a president. Personally, I don't see him any different from any other politician. He was in PDP. He was a vice pick of Atiku in the past few years ago. And now he's running under the platform because he knows he cannot win the PDP ticket. He's still the same Peter Obi. It's like the governor of Benue State now, who switched party to win election on the other one. And Benue is worse than the way he was before. So the notion that Peter Obi is the Messiah, which we have gone through with good luck to Buhari that is here today. I was a staunch supporter of Buhari. Today I can't say anything, and I don't want the same people that I bet with that chop my 20,000 naira to chop another one again. This one, I believe that Peter Obi, in the means of all people have not seen before, is that all they see people left the treasury empty. As a result of that, he's the best person. He's selling, he's having one watch, he have one house, he have all those are political talking point. It's not going to win, but if we win, I will not sleep overnight, and Jude will be my nurse.
All right, thank you, Jonaba. We'll see you next time, okay? I hope we see you next time. Okay, good. So where do we go now? Who wants to? Okay, Dominic, go ahead. Okay, if Jamal, see you, but Dominic.
See, Ovia mentioned something earlier. See, I'm not obedient. I can't possibly be obedient because I live in the US, so I can't vote. So that's besides the point. I think the mistake Ovia is making is taking what I said literally. I said, for example, if Peter Obi is 10% corrupt, I'm sure the others are at least 50% correct. The fact that he was in PDP, and I will agree with some of Ovia's points. If Atiku, knowing the precedent that the PDP has set over 16, 17 years, if Atiku bought votes to be able to get the candidature or presidency in the previous election, then picking Obi and Obi accepting being Mr. Integrity to be his VP, then Obi is indirectly gaining from the vote buying, which puts Atiku as the presidential candidate. But that is besides the point. What I am most enthusiastic about is what he represents, the third force. So whether or not he's 100% has integrity or 90%, I don't care. What I support is the movement. So I may not support his candidature, him as a person, but I think he is better than most who are there. So we should focus on the positives that are happening. Decreased voter apathy. The youth are very energized. Think of the massive changes that are happening. And if there was no changes happening, why would the politicians be making the rounds, the PDP and APC, to complain about Obi? Right? If somebody is inconsequential, would you give him the energy, or would you use your energy to be trying to castigate him? So he represents something which we should not take for granted. Nigeria will be much better if this third force movement can. If somebody else was in there, let's say it was a Shawore or Mohalo, I would still support that third force movement. Because remember how we were complaining of third force. Now the third force is actually becoming maybe a reality, and now people are trying to undercut it. All the arguments that people are making of Obi, have they ever asked the same questions of people like Tinubu and Atiku? So when Obi presents himself, you cut him down, you castigate him with a million things. But when they present Atiku and Osebanjo or the rest, and Atiku, you're like, oh, let's speak less of two evils. Why don't you ask the same critical questions that actually? Why don't you ask the same questions of Atiku? He was in customs. Yet, how can he be in customs? I think either he was the head of customs or the second in command, and you establish a customs company. In the USA, you investigated. It's conflict of interest because you use some of your knowledge of customs to set up your company. Right? We don't ask those questions. Or is it a Tinubu? How did he make his money? He always boasts that he was not a minister or a commissioner, but we know how he sold Lagos and he gets certain dividends from those things. Right? How is he able to make his money? What is he? Is he a carpenter? Is he a doctor? Right? So at the end of the day, I support what the third force represents. And Nigeria may not change in 2023, but we should hope for what will happen in the future elections. This movement is not a one-day movement. This is a movement of a lifetime for the next few years. And I understand why African woman is emotional. And I think Ovia should have made that comment about African woman being emotional. She's making her points, and some of her points are valid. Be careful how you misrepresent what other people have said.
All right. I'll come to you. No. Hold on, everybody. I know everybody wants to speak. Alaro, go ahead. I'll come to everybody. I'll get to you, but make it less than 30 seconds.
I'll make it short. Thank you very much. First of all, like my dear sister said, people are suffering. Suffering is massive. So let's stay focused on how do we get forward. People are using it against Peter Obi that he was in PDP. If you're sleeping with them, you're the same. If you don't sleep with them, you cannot make an impact in Nigeria. If Mr. Jude, if Mr. Dr. Dominic, if you guys were in PDP, imagine the positive impact you will make in PDP. Good people have to join with these people for us to move forward. Peter Obi can now, how do you make a change if you don't even have any structure? You don't play a part with the evil. You're not sitting on the table, somebody has to decide. The people that are there will leave all the bad people there. They will rule. We have to choose one of them. That's so right. Don't blame him for that. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, good. Ovie, I'll give you a chance to answer.
This is I'm a realist, and I believe I'm not more Nigerian than anybody, another that you are more Nigerian than me. No, but I'm not proud that I have to travel my scale Atlantic Ocean just to be able to hand the kind of lifestyle I want. No. I don't even wish that for my kids. So, but we are talking about game of power here. We are playing a politics of winner take it all. So when they say that man is stingy, you should have, they are not speaking for me and you. This is an elite game. I keep saying it. Game of power, I don't care who you are, where you're coming from. He doesn't care about that. How they go take capture power now with the talk? You're so what am I trying to say here? It is not about me and you. This is bigger than me and you. Peter Obi is at best a politician. You can disagree with me. He is a politician. We have seen him. We have seen Anambra before. How does Anambra State different from Edo State, Kano State, or any other state in Nigeria today? How is their city different? So if Peter Obi or the supporters not get the skin to enter this war, they should step aside. Now what will they go into, whether I like it or not? It's not take it all. It's unfortunate. It's a game of life and death. Two people will die. Whether we like it or not, me and you have nothing to do about that. Just like the last speaker said, get into the process. That is the only way we can make any impact. I don't talk about before. 4 people were selected for me and you to choose from. I don't care if we become president today. Nothing will change to the smell that we don't want with the shout. So nothing. If you ask me, say, why am I speaking? Why am I supporting Congo if I believe that nothing can change? I did support Congo because I believe it's the only one that can keep the union together. That's the my support. And whether campaign never starts now, they say we will do that attack will be. By the time PDP and APC bring out their warfare machine, forget Obi na Igbo man. The Igbo man don't want to be in Nigeria. Why should I support that kind of person? I'm in Nigeria at core. I don't have a US passport, let me tell you. I have only one passport and a Nigerian passport. So I don't care. Don't they be say, one hospital no good. How many hospitals are good for the where Obi become a governor for 8 years? So all this you talk, forget that power with the talk here. We are practicing the policy of winner take it all. When I say winner take it all, when that man says he's not speaking for me and you. He's speaking for the elite who will select this leader for me and you.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Please, because we are very well in this forum, can we all agree or vote that we should stop calling these people elite?
They are elites. Sorry, they are. Now forget that way they talk. So they are they in the society. So they follow
hold on. I know. I want Ijoma.
Elite is giving them respect. That's why I said
let African. I'm sorry, I don't like any of them, but they penny.
Okay, hold on, everybody. African Queen respond to it. Then I'll go to Ijoma because this back and forth. I want to make sure everybody gets a chance to participate. Okay, go ahead. African Queen, go ahead.
Ovie, let me tell you something. If you want a functioning society, you think Kwankwaso can move Nigeria forward. That's why you're bringing him forward. Keep Nigeria together.
Yes. Biafra won't go. Oduduwa won't go.
Now listen. If you want to keep Nigeria together, you must apply equity, fairness, and justice.
Yes.
Kwankwaso does not represent that.
Okay.
Your man does not represent equity. Your man does not represent fairness. Your man does not represent justice. And when you push that kind of candidate forward, you denigrate the other people, especially I'm a full-fledged Igbo girl, hardcore. You now try to push people like us. You push people like us to the extreme. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? So when you tell me that Obi is just an Igbo man, and I'll tell you that I'm an Igbo girl, and I'll tell you that your Kwankwaso cannot keep Nigeria together because you disregard me as an Igbo. So how do you think you can keep me together with you when you do not apply equity, fairness, and justice? Why would I want to stay with you then? So that means I will. So you carry the logo of a new Nigeria. What does your new Nigeria represent?
Exactly.
Unfairness, inequity, injustice to others, and you want to keep us together. For what then? So Akukuma go and join and now campaign heavily and join those who want to leave Nigeria. So if you want a Nigeria that you keep together, maybe you actually help and canvass and lend voice to the people canvassing for Biafra and tell them, please let them go. So you can have that country that you want. How about that? The new Nigeria you want without the Igbos, without the Yorubas. Because the Yorubas are actually clamoring for Oduduwa. It is unfairness. Before it was just the Igbos. Now Yoruba nation is there, staring at us in the face. So please, what does your new Nigeria represent? And you tell me about emotion. No, it's not. It's passion. And you have to, please, you have to have a certain level of sensibility. You really have to have humanity in you to actually, you have to be humane, to actually be a leader, not a ruler. You have to understand your people. Great leaders of the past, of the history, if you've read your history, they find a way to mingle amongst their people to actually test the tone, to know the tone of the conversation among the common man, not the so-called elite you're talking about. The revolutions of the past started from the commoners because the elites were so distant from the commoners. So you that is here as their mouthpiece, please advise them to please come down from their high horse and test the tone, test the temperature of the country. So Ovie, if you want you and I, the Igbo girl, to be in your new Nigeria, please, you must apply equity, fairness, and justice. And this is no emotions, okay? So if you want to be there, so right now the North has had what? Do you know that even America had to do North-South over it for how old are they? Look at how old they are as a country. Our democracy is a baby democracy. It's a baby democracy. You must include everyone. And if you do not do that, you cannot have that new Nigeria. We cannot have progress. We cannot have peace. And when we don't have those two things, we cannot have prosperity. That is the truth.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ovie, hold on. Okay. I know I don't want it to be back and forth so that we get other voices. Ijoma, go on. Okay. I'll come to you next. Ijoma, go ahead. You are muted, Ijoma.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to thank you, African Queen. I mean, you hit the point. There's nothing to say about it. Yeah, and I thank God. I'm very, very glad also that Ovia was taking it in. I could see his expression, and this is what it's all about, you know, to communicate. I found it very perfect because Ovia was seeing your point and agreeing with you. We call it nicking. That means, you know, with his head. Ovia, that's very good. That's very good of you. I mean, African Queen, perfect. Both of you did very good. But I have something else to say. I just want to support what Dominic said as well. That Mr. Obi, maybe this year, maybe this time around not. But if you look at it very well, where I'm living, we have the CDU, that's the Angela Merkel party. And for those who are questioning my whereabouts, I'm a fake woman, sorry, I'm also an Igbo girl. So you look at where I'm staying, no, Angela Merkel has ruled this country for over 16 years and made a very good leadership. Now we have the SPD, and today is the Chancellor Scholz, who is our present Chancellor in Germany. And Chancellor Scholz is coming from SPD. We have the Green Party, we call it the Grüne. The Green Party came, and what brought them to power today, they are now in the coalition, and everyone, both CDU, SPD, is running to the Green. We have our Wirtschaft Minister, that is the Economic Minister, that is the Herbach, is from the Green. And we have our Housing Minister, that is Annalena Baerbock, is also from the Green. But the Green Party came into power. For so many years, the Green has been struggling with the environmental. But the youths, by the way, I have 2 daughters who are all in the university. And these young people, because they look at the pollution, they say something has to be changed. And they are the one who vote this Green Party into power today, that the CDU and the SPD, the CDU is a conservative party where the old people are running and voting and whatever, because it's a Christian Democratic Party. Whatever they say, that's how it is. So, and the SPD, for those who doesn't know, is a party for workers, for middle class. But today, the Green Party is there because the youth made it. I am watching far away from what is happening in Nigeria. But with the Obi movement, I mean, people are calling it something of internet, social media, or something like that. But Dominic made a very good point. It might not be today. And whatever is going to happen, you have to build it up. So Obi is building a foundation. That's how I look at it. And this foundation is going to manifest one day because the young people in Nigeria, the youth, are saying it is enough. And these youths are making a movement, and no one should underestimate the young people. Because today, with the technology, with the social media, with the powerful instrument they have today, and that is the modern technology of telephone, they can move the world. So that's what I want to contribute. Thank you, everyone. African Queen, very good. Dominic, say hello. I'm saying hello to you as well. And Ovia, you did a very good job as well, you know. I think you're a team player. I must say it that way. You are a very good team player. Thank you, everyone. And Jude, all the best as well. And bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Joma. Very soon we'll find out whether Ovia got what was the team player.
Whether I took it.
Yeah. Jude, go ahead. I'll come.
Okay.
Yes,
I want to say that even if I'm not obedient, okay, but so far Obi may not be a perfect candidate that that we want in a country like Nigeria to change or turn things around. But so far, from the candidates we have so far seen in the history of Nigerian democracy, Obi appears to be a perfect candidate, even if he's not perfect. Okay, I say that in the sense that Obi represents today what every average and downtrodden Nigerian has been yearning for in their leaders. And what is it that he represents? Obi represents humility. Obi represents empathy for the common masses, for the downtrodden, because he can, he is able to speak their language, he's able to go down to them, he's able to campaign. He has been going around Nigeria, every state in Nigeria. Can any of us tell me if he has ever seen Obi entourage like we saw in Tinubu's entourage a few days ago. There are so many cars were driven away from the road and siren were blowing, more than 50 entourage, blowing their horn and siren. If he becomes a president, tell me what can happen. When he's ordinary a candidate, that is Tinubu.
Okay.
Obi represents a union of average Nigerians to see their leaders not stealing from them, but conserving what is for the common good and using it to benefit everybody. That is what Obi represents. That is why every youth and everybody, even not only the youth, Obi's movement has even transcended beyond the youth. Many old people, many elderly people today in Nigeria are even obedient, even if they are not confessing it and portraying it like the youth. Even churches, even mosques. I see some people from the north, okay, women wearing this their hijab, campaigning for Obi in the north. Okay, so let us, I don't know, it's because we have been so used to corruption and we have internalized it, and some of us who is even here talking is because we are not yet there. Some of us have been wishing if we were there to even do worse than these people. That is why we can continue to support evil people like Tinubu and Atiku, who have done nothing but loot and in fact rape Nigeria.
Okay.
I have one more thing. I have worked with Obi when he was a chairman Infidelity Bank. Okay, I used to work for their bank as a contractor. Okay, I used to print every document that they use. I know that man closely. Okay, I know what he represents. I'm not campaigning for him. I still believe breaking up Nigeria, everybody going their own way, me having my Biafra land and we start building it, that is the solution to all this quagmire. Okay, Obi again represent unity. We can't continue to sideline the Igbos, who have contributed immensely, more than any tribe in this Nigeria, because there's no part in Nigeria you will not see an Igbo man. And when they get there, they will start building. They will start.
Okay. You have to stop you.
Okay, that's okay. Let me.
Yeah, thank you. Kolata, go ahead.
I want to address something with African Queen. Like you were saying, justice, equity, fairness, but don't you have representatives of where you come from? You elect state governors, you elect House of Reps, you elect Senate, and you're in all the big parties. So I don't see this fairness, equity, and this. What you're asking for is, handout. Give it to me. Emilio Con, like Tinubu said. But it's a game of power. It's a game, not just a game of power brought about by numbers, popularity contest. And the popularity contest, like I said the last time I was there, the numbers is mostly driven by the North. They pay attention. Their voter apathy is lower than the voter apathy in the South. The voter apathy in the Southeast, based on the last election, is the worst in the country. So it's very, very difficult for a conniving, calculative politician to just pick someone from the Southeast and say, I'm going to rest my strategy on this candidate. Because PDP, that owns the Southeast the most, did not do it. Even the delegates from the Southeast did not vote for all the Southeast candidates. There was something Obi saw in PDP before he decided to withdraw from PDP and go to Labour Party, because he saw the writing on the wall. So there's emotions. Look, Nigeria is a messed up country. Everybody has their own sob still and all that stuff. But let's get real on some practical things in what goes on in all this democracy we're practicing. And another thing, nobody's talking about even our broken system, the Constitution. There's a list of things you can't touch. There are many sort of constitutional amendments that need to happen. That even Jesus Christ, elected today with the House of Rep and Senate and state governors, he will not achieve a single thing, Jesus, unless he just does abracadabra for everything. So that's all I want to say.
All right.
Okay. Can I say something?
No. Nobody can say. I'll have to do it.
Emiloka. Okay. So I think I will align with Ovie and Kulata on this topic. It's a game of power. Okay. See, what we practice in Nigeria is identity politics, popularity contest. Oh, see, somebody in my village could be the best leader that Nigeria could have. But these are the people that we have now. These are the people that the political, parties chose for us to elect. Okay. Obi as a candidate, I said it earlier. I know that we are all passionate about Nigeria uh, project. We all want to better Nigeria. But you see, like I said earlier, a tree does not make a bush. Okay. Obi as a person, he has been in almost 3 or 2 political parties now, to the point that he was impeached. Okay, when he was in Anambra. Anambra State has always been a trouble state, right from 1999. Okay, but he survived it by the help of the court. He was able to be reinstated and continue his tenure. But that apart, see what I've noticed about Nigeria, okay, is that, or should I say, the political game in Nigeria is that when it comes to the people that played politics in Nigeria, they play to the point that as long as they are winning, nobody cares about people. Now, we should detach emotion from the kind of politics we play in Nigeria. Somebody say it's the turn of the Igbo presidency. I agree to some extent, but I tell you what, you cannot extract a kernel from its shell without breaking it. You have to join the forces before you can become a player. You see, somebody said, I believe it was Kulata that says, after all, they've elected their, representatives in the House and in the Senate. Yes, but you see, they could not even support their own. Wike said he's from Igbo land or whatever, South or whatever. It said, and yet they could not even come into consensus. Please, let me tell you one thing. Tinubu, as you see him, okay, people say it's a strategy. Yes, he is. When a push comes to shove, Yoruba people will vote for him. Forget about the jingoism going on the media. The last time I saw the youth playing on the TBS and all these musicians living in Lekki. These people are living large, and the other, the youth coming out. You see all those older people. I mean, there are youth in Ekiti State, there are youth in Osun State, but yet APC still win. Now, that should be a question everybody should be asking. How come? Does that mean the youth in those states are not informed? Yes, money change, and guess what? Money will continue to become a factor in Nigerian politics. Okay, we all want Nigeria to work, but you see, I want this momentum to continue going. It should be ongoing so that discussion will continue going on in Nigeria, whereby it will continue to create awareness among the youth. See, we have what I can call a political amnesia. All these people we castigate today that they are bad actors, political actors. Tomorrow, when they come back and do something nice, guess what? We will change tone. I'm talking about Nigerians. We will change tone and start praising them. Now, what I think we should do, we should continue and sustain this momentum. Obi as a candidate. I'm sorry to say for the obedience. I'm not obedient. I'm a Nigerian. Let's keep it going. Continue with what you believe in. Okay? Maybe someday, somebody in Maiduguri, somebody in Ekiti, somebody in all these remote places will join what you believe in, and it makes our politics to be better well played. But you see, we've thrown religion into politics. It never works. We've thrown tribalism or ethnics into it. It keep creating chaos. What makes it think that Obi is going to be the best president because he's an Igbo man? Or is it because the religion? Yes, the religion has been marginalized. We all know, we all seen it. But the point is this: leadership is not about coming from certain sector, whether you are this or that. But the point is that we should be seeking for the platform that will enable ordinary person to aspire to that office and become the leader of Nigeria. That's what I want to say.
Thank you so much. Let me look for. We are rounding up now.
Can I make a quick point?
Hold on. We're approaching 4 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, we have. So I want everybody to start thinking about what's keeping you up at night. You can use that to summarize your point. But let me go to hold on. Okay. Let me go to eBay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you for this opportunity. I would like to say a few things about what Ovie said. Let me make a point. Ovie said something that is really, really insensitive to the Igbos and insulting to the rest of Nigerians. He said that Obi is an Igbo man and he
He's just
cannot
an
be
Igbo
Nigerian
man.
president because the Igbos are talking about Biafra. I don't think there's been any referendum held where the whole Igbos have overwhelmingly voted for Biafra. So you can't say that. That is like labeling a whole ethnic group. And we are in a forum of all Nigerians and have not had any single one, apart from African Queen, caution Ovie. You see, and that says a lot about what we all think about the average Igbo man. And this plays in the mindset of every Igbo in Nigeria. We have a forum of Nigerians from diverse ethnic groups. No one has stood up and said, Ovie, you are bang out of order. And it's quite a shame, and I must have to make that point before I continue. I feel really, 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 really insulted as an Igbo man. No one is selling Obi here as an Igbo candidate. You see, Obi has never said, elect me as I'm an Igbo man. The only one that ever said that is Tinubu. Tinubu said, Yoruba local. It is the turn of Yoruba local. And when it comes to Yoruba, Emi local. Tinubu has made a point that he has to be Nigerian president because it is the turn of the Yorubas and it is his turn when it comes to Yoruba choosing. You see, but we are now here even trying to suggest Obi is saying he should be elected because no one is making that point, and it's an underhand attack on Obi to say that Obi has never. The Igbos are not even saying Obi is an Igbo electing. We are saying he is the best candidate. Elect him, for God's sake. Now, on the issue of equity, let me tell you, okay, we have Igbos elected in the House of Senate and the House of Representatives, but we all know they do not represent the views of Igbos. You see, there are two classes of Igbos. Like when I hear Nigerians say, today you want Biafra, today you want president. No, the person you see agitating for Biafra today is not the one contesting for presidency. So separate these two issues. They are mutually exclusive. You see, you have to separate them. Obi, you've never seen him agitating for Biafra. So you can't rope him into that agitation. You can't. You see, and again, another advice I'll have to give my brother Jude. When you come on a public forum like this, you can't be talking about you like Biafra and then speaking about Obi, because it does suggest that Obi is a Biafra. He's not. Obi is campaigning to be a Nigerian president. And we need if we're discussing Biafra, we can talk about Biafra. If we're discussing Nigerian politics, let's stick to Nigerian politics. On the issue of equity, here is the thing. You see, the Igbo man really, I'm telling you as an Igbo man, we really don't care about who runs Nigeria as long as the person is fair. Let me give you an example. I live in the UK, okay? And the powers are devolved, right? The Scottish people are looking after Scotland. The Welsh people are looking after the Welsh people. Now, in Nigeria, right, we have a system where if an Igbo boy writes an exam and he scores like 300 and something, these are the inequity we're talking about, not about having people representing us to go and chop money in the Senate. No, I'm talking about the ordinary Igbo boy that goes to school, doesn't have electricity, studies with lamp and candle in the night, and he writes and passes exam, right? He scores higher than Buhari's son. Mind you, Buhari maybe has a son in Dubai or I'm speaking hypothetically, or in London or in Washington, studying under the best condition, and Buhari's son scores lower, but Buhari's son will be taken because he's from Katsina. and is educationally disadvantaged. These are the things that we cry about. Make Nigeria fair for everyone, level playing field, and Igbo man will not be shouting about equity. We don't care who represents us because Nigeria is messed up anyway. We don't want to be giving up positions that we've earned on merit to people who have not earned it just because we're in Nigeria. We don't care who is Nigerian president. It's not a holy grail for anyone. We don't care. We really don't care. And it's when things like issues like this happen and Nigerians don't pay attention, are so insensitive to the Igbo, that is what drives people to Biafra. It's as simple as that.
Okay, thank you, Ejikeme. We're rounding up now. I really have to, because I know that just going round for 30 seconds will take another maybe half an hour. Sorry. Okay. Or maybe we should do that. Yeah, go ahead.
A lot of people just come to know me from just this platform. I spent the last 2-3 years concerning we the Southerners of how we play identity politics. I am not a fan of Buhari. I never supported him. I know if he was elected, he's going to set up back for 30, 60 years. And that's exactly what we are experiencing. But that never the case. He is my president. I have to respect that office, not necessarily him as a person. I don't owe anybody apology for saying Igbos. Why?
I think you do.
Let me say. Let me finish. In Igbos,
you do
spend the last 7 to 8 years demoralize the country that I call mine, Nigeria.
What about Boko Haram in the north?
The president is a dead man. I was constantly.
Okay, hold on.
Hold
on, let him finish. I don't want to get involved in, let him finish. But round up, make it quick.
It's an emotional issue.
Sure. Yeah. Now, plain identity politics. Somebody has actually agreed with me on that. I have brothers who live all their life in the East, have kids. Their kids cannot claim to be Igbo people. That's not their fault. That's the Nigeria we live in. I have brothers and sisters who live in, have kids. Those kids cannot claim they are Northerners. That's the country we live in. From my dead president to be calling Nigeria zoo, automatically that means I'm an animal in that zoo. What is happy that we have a special animal living in our zoo in the name of Nnamdi Kanu. It is too late for you to be crying foul now, the identity politics. Now, when I start time, it is too late. I've been cautioning people for the past 2 years. The Bible said there's time for everything. Now, what time we do? When I mean say we are not, I'm not saying like literally, I'm still just in the competition we are in. Whether we like it or not, 2023 is going to be defined by that same identity politics. You cannot spend the last 7 years, they demoralize the country, then you can't wake up today say, we will give you presidency. No nation in the world will support the Nigerian state to give any Igbo man, I said it, or any Yoruba man presidency in 2023. Because we don't trust them. They spend the last 4 years, we want to go. Nobody they stop and I'm open and know they go. Go if you want to. Right? But as far as this election is concerned, it is too late to start saying, no, it is going to play out. The Northerners, I'm from Edo State, by the way, born and raised in Edo State. Yes, I've lived in pretty much 31 state of the Nigerian state. I've lived and worked in pretty much every state there. So for you to come here and say, this person there, they should caution you, you can caution me as long as you want. I am the least of your worry when it comes to this election. I am the least, I said it. By the time PDP and APC start, I never collect money. I won't collect money. They give me a collector. But I am. Okay. I will.
Alara wants to say something.
I will defend my country. As I said, I have only one country. I have only one sport. If I want to get any,
can we move on to somebody else? We remember you're rounding up.
When you are I would prolong. Stop interrupting. I would prolong.
Okay.
Allow me to make my point. Now, we just never start. We have 8 months to go. This is not me.
He's the kind of this guy that has put Nigeria where it is today.
Yes, that's what it is. What is your contribution to that Nigeria that we are talking about? What is your
contribution? You're unraveling.
Yeah. Okay.
He's unraveling. He's really unraveling.
Yeah, but
this has come out. These are the kind of people,
I'm confronting. What is your contribution to the Nigerian state as we speak?
if you have contributed to the Nigerian as up to 1/10 of what I have contributed to Nigeria, trust me,
This is not helping. Please, let's move on.
Okay.
I don't need to mention
Rudolph, moderate.
Okay, hold on. No.
Mute.
I can mute everybody, but I don't like that. I don't like that. So
Nigeria state to the lack of the Nigerian presidency, it's not for anybody that is not patriotic.
Okay.
Are not patriotic. Western are not patriotic. So
I would have expect your answer to be that based
Obedient.
on what had happened in the past. Wow. That is the reason why you make that comment. But to say that because the Igbo people call Nigerian zoo is not the ground where they should be denied presidency.
I'm sorry, Dr. Davis. I'd like to comment. Sorry,
all right. Okay, that's enough.
Can I say something? Stop.
Okay,
stop.
It's enough.
Adewale, I see you coming to make a correction. What do you mean by Igbo people call Nigeria a zoo?
No, I said calling Nigeria a zoo is not a ground to deny.
No. You're not answering my question.
What's the question?
What do you mean by Igbo people calling Nigeria a zoo?
No, I was correcting over here. I said I would have expected him.
No. I said I heard your correction. And I'm questioning your point. What do you mean?
I don't agree
when
with
you're
the fact,
saying instead of saying Igbo people call Nigeria a zoo? I want you to actually clarify that.
No. I said I would have expected him to say something different other than saying people calling Nigerian zoo is the ground to deny them presidency. If he had used maybe the past history or what happens during the Civil War or something, I would have said, well, maybe it's making. But to say that because they call Nigerian zoo, that is the reason why.
And who are they?
I'm not agreeing with the fact whether somebody called Nigerian a zoo or not. What I'm saying is everything is still sentiment.
Let me not stress you further.
It's all sentiment, okay?
It's all sentiment.
Whether Igbo presidency or Yoruba presidency, it doesn't matter.
Ade, sorry, let me not. I know you cannot defend it, but let me talk to Ovie. Ovie, you said Igbo people call Nigeria a zoo.
Yes.
So me, Ngozi Yvonne Nwabugu Obiwane, I call Nigeria a zoo.
What I'm saying is what is out
Answer the question, please. Did I call Nigeria a zoo? Who are the Igbos? Am I not an Igbo? Then you should keep. Then you should be silenced on every platform. If you cannot talk, no. If you cannot talk intelligently, you're very bad. You're speaking in a very unintelligent manner. Now listen.
It's winning with the dog.
Let's move on. Hold on. Let's hear. Okay, hold on. I want one person to speak at a time. Okay. I really think that let me see this. The philosophy of what we do here. I intentionally said have your say. Okay. I want people to speak. For me, let me give all of you, those who are watching too, in my background. I believe, that when people are in their homes or in their heads, they think they understand an issue, they have the answers. But when they go to a public forum and they air their view, it's challenged by other people. And I think it's a better way than me trying to impose my view and say you are wrong. Bring it out. I encourage you to bring it out. And I think this show is designed that way. You come out and say what you think, and then people respond to you. I have my own opinion, but I'm not expressing it on this show. I have my ways to express my own opinion, but I want to hear people. I want to hear them, and I want other people to challenge them. So I like that, but it has to be respectful and of course. But I think this is the best way. There was someone that came on this show without any shade, and I didn't say anything. I wouldn't prefer that. But someone wrote a comment, and I made sure that the person saw it. I put out the comment, and he went and changed. That's exactly what we want. That's what I want on this show. Okay. But you have to listen to other people respond to you. You don't shut them down. So that's my hope that we do that. So Via, you've had your say. I will let African Queen respond, and then we round up. That's it. She's the only one that will respond on this issue because another week, next week we'll come back, and I'm sure something will trigger another debate on like this. African Queen, go ahead.
Dr. Damaris, thank you for the opportunity. I want to say something. It is so bad, and really, Ovia, you cannot say that we don't need to be intelligent. It's lack of intelligence that has actually put us where we are. It's lack of intelligence. Going to school, my grandfather used to say something. That he was very old. He didn't go to much school, though. But he said that that somebody can go to school and still be a fool. Going to school, that's brilliance. But you don't have intelligence. But the one that is intelligent and maybe did not go to school goes a mile. Intelligence, we need it. There are different types of intelligence. I don't want to break that down. So we do need that. And for you to come on the forum, please, I beg you. You have not met me before. I'm an Igbo girl. You can't sit anywhere. And listen, it is beyond Nigeria. It's for you come on a platform like this, you could think it's a joke. It is beyond Nigeria. The world is a global village now. And you spew such things. And you think it's acceptable. You use one brush to paint all the Igbos. And you think that even you as a person, how does it sound? If I use one brush and paint all, it doesn't even make any sense. Why are you not trying to make sense? Do you want us to go back to brutality where you need to be a savage? You don't need to make any sense. You don't need to communicate. We just need to go and fight, struggle over everything. Why can't we be reasonable? Why can't we not dialogue? So you coming to say that about the Igbos and you don't even have the decency to retract your statement. That even if I wanted your candidate in any way, people like you, I will say, if this is what you represent, you can go. So let me also tell you this. Peter Obi is not an Igbo candidate. You had better get that straight. Yeah. Igbos have been coming up to contest for this presidency. Go and ask Rochas, my brother. He will tell you that he has been coming. Stress. But I will never. You know what is never? That's what Igbos, the way we are. We're actually the true Democrats, actually. We are the true Democrats. We are the ones that practice what before the time the white people came and brought democracy. That's what we are practicing. Every family, you call it Onoama, every kindred, there's a way we are structured. We are represented. Even you are represented. So nobody can make any decision for you, your own kindred without somebody being there. And we have people, the thieves. When the society was still functioning, the thieves can not represent us. There are people that could not represent us as Igbos. So we are actually the true Democrats. So not someone like Rochas will come today. See, put Obi out of the equation, Give Rochas for us, or Mahi, or Hope Uzodinma. Then bring someone like Sheyi Makinde, or someone like Zulum. My brother, I will throw away Rochas. In fact, I won't even answer Igbo. Because that's not my I know that there's nothing good that's going to come out of there. So it's the Igbos that does it. So when you want to bring Obi out as an Igbo candidate, it's very demeaning. And the truth is this, that we have a set full of people to pick from. There will definitely be more qualified candidates. In Nigeria, you'll get them. But this is what we are left with. So amongst those that they brought up for us, please, where do you want us to go? And people say that change. Look at, I see my brother trying to draw the demographics, trying to put out the map of Nigeria and all whatnot. My brother, put out that map in poverty. It is spread everywhere. Are you hearing me? Then you put out that map, for those that are stealing, it is spread everywhere too. Do you understand me? Keep that map one corner, because the suffering, is not any less in the north and than in the south. In fact, the north is even having it worse. And when you look at that, your demography, think of the northern Christians that are being killed every time. There's there's a change. There's something going on in Nigeria. If you don't know, maybe you can hop on, like someone like me that hopped on the Twitter space and I got into conversations before. I never used to bother because I've never seen anybody worthy. And Obi is not worthy because he's an Igbo man. No. It's because I believe he can help all of us. That's all. So switch Rochas with Obi. My brother, I will run away and throw away everything. I'll leave you people to your fate. If you like, choose him. So please, I want you to be decent enough when you come in a public space, be decent enough, even if you err, because we are human beings. It's not about pride or anything. Please accept that you erred. That's decency, actually. That's the minimum a human being should have. Decency. To say, yes, I'm sorry. Ade did something. I put a question to Ade. He actually was decent because he took the Igbo out of the contest. Even if he thinks he's still saying Igbo in his head, it's okay. But he was decent enough to take Igbo out of it. But you cannot. This is the problem in our society. People are doing ill and they are on it. They are sitting on it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
So let him know that. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you. All right. So we're going to, when I come to you, you give me what's keeping you up at night. It's an opportunity to if you think there's an important line you didn't say when you were talking, you can say that at that point. I'll start with you, Jude. I will go down and I'll skip you, Dominic. You end the show for us. So, Jude.
Okay. I would say if we should be sincere with ourselves in this country that we are talking about, Nigeria, that we belong, I'm sure we are going to tell ourselves the truth that even animals behave better than we as Nigerians. Okay? Because I don't know any country in this world today, because those who are crying that they're calling Nigeria a zoo and therefore then they have the liberty to insult everybody. Now, tell me any country in the world today that terrorists will be arrested by their soldiers that are ill-equipped. They will struggle and manage after so many of them have been killed, and they manage to arrest some of these people killing them, terrorists, and then put in jail. And then the government of that country will release them on the ground that they have repented and rehabilitate them and reintegrate them into the military, into all kinds of forces, and pay them more salary than even graduates that have graduated from university that earn a degree are not even receiving. Tell me which country does that other than the zoo called Nigeria? Tell me which country that human being does not want a chicken or the life of an animal here in America, human being in Nigeria. Tell me which country that human being does not want a fowl, the life of the worth of a fowl, other than the zoo called Nigeria. Tell me which country in the world that almost every politician, they are all thieves. Okay? They steal and steal and steal, even what they don't need. They don't even steal it. Tell me which country, except Nigeria, which is a zoo. I can continue to enumerate. It's only a zoo country that can do the kind of, even animal is even better than us. Animal Kingdom, go and read George Orwell, Animal and the Satire of Russia. George Orwell, animals in George Orwell is even better than the zoo called Nigeria. So anybody that is dying that Nnamdi or the IPOB are calling Nigeria a zoo, let that person go and kiss the transformer, because Nigeria is a zoo. Now, look at how we are supporting Tinubu and Atiku. If we are not a zoo, how can we support those kind of individuals to be your leader? And somebody like Peter Obi, and they are castigating him. Peter Obi, I'm not. I believe in destroying that country called Nigeria.
Jude. By next week, I will invest in a bell that I will be ringing. Once your time is up, that's my concern. I don't care what people are saying, but just to make sure we keep to time. Thank you so much, Jude. You didn't tell us what's keeping you up, but I think it's the zoo thing anyway. What's keeping you up at night?
It's my turn again. I like this.
Yeah.
First and foremost, I want to correct the impression that I don't support Igbo presidency. I try to take emotion out of it all. Okay, whether Igbo presidency or Yoruba president or Hausa president, doesn't matter. But what keeps me up in the night is the fact that we still haven't got it. No, we haven't. See, we are so emotionally invested when it comes to Nigeria project. So we're talking about equity in politics. It's about participation. You don't participate, you don't get nothing. Okay? It's not a time of election we start crying wolf and start singing new song. No. What keeps me up is the fact that this country we call Nigeria, whether we like it or not, we that we are in this forum, we are all Nigerians. Okay, we come from different tribes, different backgrounds. But the moment we see ourselves as one, not about disintegration of that country, it's not going to help anybody. If you like, divide tomorrow. The same disease that is still ravaging that country will continue in our ethno or whatever you want to call it, whatever, if we ever break up. But it's not going to break up. The politician will never let that happen. Even the Western world won't let that happen. But what I want us to take from this forum is the fact that even we, as we are abroad, we can vote. We can galvanize our people back home to participate. Inclusion, participation will help us join the political party, influence it. At the end of the day, we will see a better outcome. But if we stay in this high chair and we are throwing blames at each other, nothing's gonna happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I like that. Very, very straight to the point. Kulata.
Well, what keeps me up at night, really, from outside of this conversation, is the security issues in the country. Is extremely scary. You don't know if your parents or people you know go to church and someone goes to go and blast the place. That really worries me. And what really bothers me the most is us, even here. I don't think we understand the country. A lot of us are insular. Like, we see youths like just Southwest youth, South youth, Southeast youth, that we all grew up together, party together. We have the same way of thinking. What about the youth in Zamfara that is getting radicalized as we speak? Do you think that guy cares about Peter Obi or one thing or the other? Or the youth in a remote corner in Bauchi or KB or somewhere? When those people get that 10,000 naira, when was the last time they had egg, protein in their diet? They will take that 10,000 naira and go and vote for whoever gave them that 10,000 naira. That's the reality of the population we're breeding. We're breeding en masse in the north. They're barely educated. Even trying to educate them is now becoming a problem because they are now radicalized and they're attacking the schools where they're even attempting to educate them. And you're telling me the Nigerian youths are this. The bulk of the Nigerian youths are those aimless kids up north that don't have anything to do. So I can't just say, oh, the youth is changing, this is this, because people like me, all of us here, we're all Southerners, kind of like think the same, feel the same, we're on internet chatting, and I'll say, oh, there's hope that Peter Obi is coming to the savior, when I even know that Peter Obi can't solve the situation because our constitution will not facilitate any change or fast enough change. So that's it for me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ovia, what's keeping you up at night?
What is keeping up at night is the fact that some people think they have the monopoly of civilization or being educated. I spent the last 3 to 4 years to try to caution my people, the Southerners, that the ability for you not to be able to separate APC presidency led by Muhammadu Buhari from the whole entire Northern Tribal, entire Nigeria that regards as Zoo is dangerous. I said it. The Bible says there's time for everything. There's time to be civil, my people. And what time we do so, whether we like it or not, identity politics will define 2020. It will come to play. When I call me Zoo, I'll be animal. And as I say it again, I will say it again. I am happy that we have a special animal in the name of Nnamdi Kanu in our zoo. And we'll keep him as long as we can. Come 2023, as time goes on, all this thing why they talk so, by the time the bigger ways begin to put them, you're not going to remember my name. So it's not about, I'm telling you the reality of that. It is too late to be crying foul now. It is too late. We will point it out. Nigeria, I want Nigeria to remain this. I mean, one Nigerian to the core. I'm not just referring to the Biafra alone. Even the Oduduwas, Tinubu that is parading himself. Don't worry. When the time comes, they will present them to Ram. So it is not about me. It's bigger than what they thought. I mean, Nigerian, for you to call me Zoo, call me all sorts of name now, come the parade yourself, make a vote for you. My own animal gets sense.
All right, thank you, Obie.
And people where they comment, where they know where I want day. I did America. I'm in Atlanta. I'm in Boca Head, if you want. That's exactly where I live. So I don't say anybody. I stand for what I believe in. I have been preaching to my people, say, Mbanu, the kind of politics we are playing, it is about the elite and us. It is about we are powerless. when it comes to who become our president, we can scream get to heaven, this one is good, this one is bad. No, who is going to protect their interests? It's what they present to us for us to vote. Our vote no count. And voter disfranchising, it will happen. It's not, we can only reduce. There's nothing we me and you can do about it. We feel fight, shout, whatever. No. Come 2023, the election will be peaceful and nothing will happen. And I will tell you today, he's not coming to the South. Where our 17 governors that are regarded as clowns, with them, no, but then they fight to become vice president.
All right, obvious enough. Thank you. Let's move on. GKM, what's keeping you up at night?
Well, apart from the fact that we still have Nigerians that reason like Ovie, and who cannot separate Nnamdi Kanu from a Peter Obi, we're not. Obi is not running on behalf of Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is the one that called Nigeria a zoo. He's one individual, and he runs an organization called IPOB, made up of some Igbos, some people that are not Igbos as well. There are Quaibon people in IPOB, and there are Ijaw people in IPOB, and there are people from Ogoja in IPOB, people from the old Eastern region. Igbo is the majority ethnic group. So naturally, you have more Igbos in IPOB. The fact Ovie cannot separate IPOB and Nnamdi Kanu from Peter Obi is quite is a shame, and it's one of the least things that keep me up at night. I just had to get that in. The thing that keeps me up at night is the fact that as a Nigerian from the southeast of Nigeria, my child will write an exam and he scores very high and he won't get in because we are from a so-called educationally advantaged area. I don't know who gave us the advantage. And there are people who will get in because they are from so-called educationally disadvantaged part of the country. And they will also turn around in future and say they are the ones that should rule because they have the higher population. That's kind of the tyranny of the majority, and that is a fault in majority democracy. What keeps me up at night, like I said last week, is that Nigeria has got so much potential. There is, we have so much problem with power that there is no electrical engineer, power engineer in Nigeria that should be jobless. But we have people that have studied power jobless in Nigeria because the sector is not being utilized. We have so many bad roads. There shouldn't be any civil engineer jobless, but there are. Why are they not fixing the roads? Because they're not being applied in the area that they're needed. We have Ekweremadu trying to get her daughter a transplant in London because our health system is in shambles. And there are jobless doctors and nurses in Nigeria, and there are dilapidated hospitals. He should be treating his daughter in a hospital in Nigeria, but he can't because, well, do we have an organ donor list? We don't. You see, so these are the things that keep me up at night. And the fact that a candidate like Obi has come out and is speaking to these issues and is galvanizing a movement of youth across the country. Yes, and I believe it can be done. And I am trusting that these youths should be able to shut up people like Ovie who say that it can be done, that an Igbo man cannot be a president in Nigeria. I believe he's insulting millions of Nigerians, and they will be able to answer him when it comes 2023. Thank you.
All right, thank you. African Queen.
Thank you, everyone. What is keeping me awake at night is the fact that Peter Obi as a candidate, despite being an Igbo man, has actually done, when we compare what is given to you and what you put out there, he actually tried. And when people like Adewale will say that he has been jumping ship, at times people move around because of clash of ideas and ideologies. That is not what you hold against him. Because basically all these things we are seeing, both from our youths like Ovie that is looking for money to collect, to the elite politicians, they are all looking for things. So when you are one person swimming against the tide, it's not really very easy. And he being impeached twice in Anambra is because he didn't want to play ball as usual. That was actually why he was impeached. And he succeeded. God being with him, he succeeded. And his track record is still there till today. Before, you can't go, Opiweka is a no-go area. You dare not by 6 p.m. Who you dare not. You think Lagos is risky, that under bridge, Abiyosho is risky. Try Opiweka.
Yeah.
But this man did a lot, with little that he had. What IGR does Anambra State generate? So if someone, even in a basic family unit, if we as a people cannot understand the basics about saving money, even the book, Rich Dad Poor Dad, I think we should all, the problem is that we don't read, actually. Our people don't read. There's a need to save. There's a need to save. We should start. There's part of thing that keeps me awake. Our people do not read enough. We do not educate ourselves enough. We do not. And also our security. Power has been in the north for long. And look at our security system. It didn't get any better. The youths that are being radicalized, where are they coming from? The north. How do youth get radicalized? It's lack of what? It's the lack of education. It's the poverty. So what did they do with all that power that they've held to for so long? And this radicalism these people are being imported into the South. As we can see now, we're seeing churches being attacked. We're seeing, so the thing is, why I'm sleepless is for this singular reason. Let somebody who I repeat, is not liable to that religious sect. For me, that's the truth right now. Let us remove that out of the question. Let's try something new. Let's try something different. We've had power in the north. The general could not solve this problem. They put it on good luck. By the time the general came in, everything became generalized. And we're in trouble. We can't even come home. So Ovie, leave Atlanta. Let's go home 2023 because I'm going. And that which is deemed impossible, let our people stop hearing that word impossible. We can make it happen. If my body Kulata, if people that actually invented electricity that you're enjoying where you are, didn't think about an aeroplane, I was thinking of the impossibility. You will not have electricity. We will not have the aeroplane. So stop seeing the impossibility. Let's make it possible. Not just because he's an Igbo candidate. He's just the best of the lot that we have now.
All right.
We cannot afford it any differently. Honestly, we cannot.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Mega video. Azike, 30 seconds. We are totally out of time. Unmute yourself, please.
Okay, well, yeah, welcome everyone. So my contribution is, we have been talking. So let everybody not take it personally, Igbo, Hausa, one thing or the other. We should be focusing on how we are going to get things right. If things are working in Nigeria, I don't think anyone will be saying I'm from Igbo or whatever part of the country. And when we talk of a lot of illiterate in Nigeria, we have educated ones in Nigeria. Only that most things that we lack is job. If you lack job, no matter how educated people are, we still have educated one roaming around. Most people here in Western world working, some of them are not educated, but they are fine because they have job doing. So when you they say idle minds is a devil's workshop. When you don't have something to do, no matter how level of education you have in Nigeria, no matter how intellectual you are going nowhere. So let's get things working. This is not about education or non-education. At least we must start from somewhere to make Nigeria, or maybe like people were saying that P2B don't have the structure one thing of that. At least you cannot have everything at once for we to move ahead. Like the whole cabinet so far. So Mr. B is the best we can choose now. At least let's try to build business. Let's give him that chance. At least let's move this country forward. I know that he's going there. It's not the only person that will move the country forward, but we must work together. There must be somebody to lead, and we need that stingy person, that person that can save Nigerian money, that can invest it well without even sharing it, because this is public money, and we need to have hold our leaders accountable of anything they are doing, because without accountability, nothing. The other one will come, the other one we scatter the first plan, and then we start afresh again. Every time we have new plan, because we want to give ourselves name that I bring this. There's no continuity in all our Nigeria projects. So
thank you.
This is my contribution. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's continue. Alaro, what's keeping you up at night? Let's make it 30 seconds. We're totally.
I'll try my best. What keeps me up is participation. And that being said, I have a great deal of respect for Ovie. And what people should realize is it costs. The time and money it costs to participate in politics is serious. This man is participating. If you don't participate, you cannot complain. I've been in politics since 2005. It cost me money, it cost me time, because we want change. And that being said, Obi will win. I want you to know that. But the only way it will not win is if these people saying Obi do not participate. Stop giving your tithes to the church till after election. Give it to him. He needs people in Jimba, in Kwara State, on ground. It costs money. He needs people in Agujegunle. Or if it's people, you have to see them on the street. Put your money where your mouth is for this man to win. This thing costs a lot of energy. Talking alone is not enough. Participation keeps me up. Obi, more grace, but Obi will win. Oh, nice one.
All right, thank you. I will now give Dominic the last word. Dominic, make it. Don't summarize everything they've said. Just thank you. And I appreciate your time, everybody who is here. You know, just like yeah, I appreciate the time. I know it's a lot of commitment, and nobody gets paid for it. So, Dominic, go ahead.
Well, thank you again for sharing your opinion, and thank everyone for sharing their opinion. At the end of the day, this is a forum for us to educate each other. If there's anything I've learned since joining this show, which has changed my mind, is the fact that I used to be a purist when it comes to politics. It's either show whatever wins or no, or I don't support anymore. But I've come to a realization that sometimes you may have to, wait a little bit for change to occur. I understand the African Queen's arguments. But I think the crucial point people are missing is this. Those Igbo politicians that people are always putting there as representing the Igbos, they are too blinded, chopping money. They are too blinded, practicing pocket politics and personal politics, right? So even realize that they themselves are even marginalized in those major parties, APC and PD. But as long as they are able to get the millions of money to put in their pocket, they don't care about them personally being marginalized. Look at what happened in APC and PDP primaries. And you don't tell me that's no marginalization of some sort, even though money were exchanging hands. That was not truly democratic voting. People were buying each other back and forth and at the back. The second point I want to make is this. I think the mixation of some Igbos make, and I'm going for full discussion, I'm an Igbo man too. I'm an Igbo doctor practicing in the US. The big mistake people make is putting Igbo presidency as and equating it to marginalization. There's a lot of marginalization that happens to Igbos, but instead of us arguing and talking about here's evidence of marginalization. For example, trunk A roads by the federal government have not been built, or they have built for a very long time in the southeast. We don't talk about how the Igbo man, but even after being killed in the north and the southwest and other parts of Nigeria, they still go and live in those places and practice and sell things and practice and do business, which is able to help everyone else around them. Nobody talks about the fact that after the Biafran War, every Igbo man was living 20 pounds. But guess what? Some of them are one of the most successful people in Nigeria. But touch any person who's not Igbo, even some Igbos, they will insult an Igbo man saying that all he does is like he likes money. But they forget the historical fact of why Igbo started chasing money, because they were all left with 20 pounds. So before we make certain comments and certain stereotypes about Igbo like myself, who's a physician in the US, think about the historical reasons why certain things may have occurred. Instead of just blotting up and saying, when IPOP says something is Igbos. There are a couple of Igbos here, but only one person has called Nigeria Zoo. And I understand the point he's making. He's using Zoo as a hyperbole because guess what? Nigerians have come to accept the abnormal as normal. So sometimes you may need to shock them and use very strong words, just like Shaw does to wake them up, to sensitize them. So I understand why we mention Nigeria being a zoo. I personally don't have an issue with them calling Nigeria a zoo. They are making a point, right? Even though it may be insults of Nigerians. But I put it to you, How can you claim that you're insulted that somebody is called Nigeria Zoo, but you don't have an issue with somebody publicly buying votes? That is even more egregious and should stress you more than somebody even uttering the only three alphabets ZOO. Right? I almost think it's fake to it's fake to a certain point that you claim that you feel that you're more Nigerian than somebody called Nigeria Zoo. There is much more evil happening. People being killed in our war, military officers, commanders eating the money that they're supposed to use to buy guns. Horrible things, and we see videos of Nigerian soldiers killed, and that doesn't stress you. But if somebody mentioning the zoo, that sounds fake to me. I mean, I don't want to. I'm not really personal, but it doesn't make sense to me. Something that people are saying the word is triggering you, but people are being beheaded and killed, and that doesn't even stress you to be emotional here on this platform. So, first of all, the last point I'm going to make is this: Biafra historically is Eastern Nigeria. When Igbos were being killed and Southerners were being killed, Southeasterners and other people in the region were being killed, Ojukwu told them to come back because he would protect them. And so it was only a matter of function that he declared the Eastern region independent. So when you talk about historical Biafra, it includes everybody in there who happens to be majority Igbo, but there are other tribes there. That is historical, that's one. Two, when somebody calls himself IPOB, it doesn't mean Igbos are IPOB. So it is a stereotype and an injustice for an Igbo man like myself, who's a physician in the US, to equate me with IPOB. I may or may not agree with them. If you count Igbos, not all of them will agree with IPOB. So please stop equating IPOB to Igbo. Yes, he called Nigeria Zoo. I'm an Igbo man. African Point is an Igbo doctor as well. HK is an Igbo doctor. I'm pretty sure there may be some people who may be using other names. How many of them have said the word zoo? So it's an insult.
HK is an engineer, not a doctor. Sorry.
So when you try to don't be bringing stereotypes on this platform. We are here to learn. I'm here to learn. I've learned something. You are here to learn as well. Sometimes you should take corrections. Or even if you don't agree, at least stay quiet. Maybe next time you make your point again. Right? So there's a lot of things, and I don't like getting emotionally charged, but there are certain things that people say. I'm like, I think sometimes our Igbos are too quiet. But I try not to be tribalistic, but sometimes I have to mention something. I don't like to saying that I'm an Igbo man, but today I have to mention it because I have to put context to why I'm a little bit passionate about this. People making comments that are offhanded and doesn't make sense. I understand what the gentleman in blue said, right? Yeah, he was calling Nigeria Zoo. Maybe he made it without paying attention to his words. And African Queen tagging him on that because what he forgot to mention was that somebody saying Zoo doesn't mean that it is a whole tribe. You are painting a whole type of people, Igbo physicians, doctors, engineers, very well-known people who support and feel Nigeria can be better. You are all painting them as IPOB. Sunday Igbo that is fighting for Uduwa, do you go and say all Yorubas should no longer vote? Should you say that Tinubu should be disqualified from running for election? You know what I mean? So when you be able to compartmentalize things and not just paint a broad stroke who all Igbos are IPOB, it's very insulting. All Igbos say Jubril. To me, when people are saying Jubril, I was like, this doesn't make sense. What do you mean Jubril? Right? But guess what? It is only the minority that is loudest. So guess what? They are the ones that you'll be hearing. And you know, like, oh, Igbos are saying what is Jubril. I will stop there for now.
All right. Jude, thank you so much for being on the show.
In a zoo, now animals they rule them. So we vote for our animals to rule us.
It's okay over here.
I did not coin that phrase. I collect them on street. So if you learn, you point at me.
Okay, that's enough. All right. I want to thank everybody for joining me today. Jude, thank you so much for being here. Dominic, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
They were like, thank you so much for being
here. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Kulata, thank you so much for being here.
Laughter, when I laugh, I read the comment. That's why I'm laughing. I'm not laughing at you guys. I'm laughing at the comment. So it's very hilarious.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Dr. Damages, my dear brother, thank you very much for the platform. God bless you.
Yeah, mega video. Azike, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you too. Thank you.
African Queen, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph Damages Okonkwo. Thank you for letting me in.
Of course.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Ovia, thank you so much for being here.
Ovia.
I will see you guys. I will see you guys. We have that so you can